Part 2. 1. Sergei Platonovich Mokov could trace his ancestry a long way back. During the reign of Peter I, a state barge had been traveling down the Don to Azov with a cargo of biscuit and gunpowder. The Cossacks of the little rebel town of Chigonaki, nestling on the bank of the upper Don, fell on the barge by night, destroyed the sleepy guards, pillaged the biscuit and gunpowder, and sank the vessel. The Tsar ordered out soldiers from Voronezh, and they burned down the town of Chigonaki, ruthlessly put the guilty Cossacks to the sword, and hanged 40 of them on a floating gallows, which, as warning to the unruly villages, was sent sailing down the Don. Some 10 years later, the spot where the hearths of the Chigonaki huts had smoked began again to be inhabited by Cossack settlers and those who had survived the sacking. The stanitsa grew up again with defensive ramparts around it. At the same time, a secret agent of the Tsar, a Russian peasant named Mokov, was sent to Chigonaki from Voronezh. He traded in knife hafts, tobacco, flints, and other odds and ends necessary to the Cossacks' everyday life. He bought up and resold stolen goods, and twice a year journeyed to Voronezh, ostensibly to replenish his stocks, but in reality to report to the authorities that the stanitsa was for the time being quiet, and the Cossacks were not contemplating any fresh mischief. It was from this Russian peasant Nikita Mokov that the merchant family of Mokovs was descended. They took deep root in the Cossack earth. They multiplied and grew into the district like sturdy roadside weeds, reverently preserving the half-rotten credentials given to their ancestor by the governor of Voronezh. The credentials might have been preserved until this day had they not been burned in their wooden box behind the icon during a great fire which occurred in the lifetime of Sergei Mokov's grandfather. This Mokov had already ruined himself once by card-playing, but was getting onto his feet again when the fire engulfed everything. After burying his paralytic father, Sergei had to begin afresh, starting by buying bristles and feathers. For 5 years he lived miserably, swindling and squeezing the Cossacks of the district out of every kopeck. Then he suddenly jumped from peddler Seryoshka to Sergei Platonovich, opened a little drapery shop, married the daughter of a half-demented priest from whom he got a sizable dowry, and set up as a linen draper. Sergei Platonovich began to trade in textiles at just the right moment. On the instructions of the army authorities, about this time the Cossacks were migrating in entire villages from the left bank of the Don, where the ground was unproductive and sandy, to the right bank. Buildings sprang up round the young stanitsa of Krasnokutskaya. New villages hatched out on the edge of former estates, on the banks of the rivers Chir, Chornaya, and Frolovka, and over valleys and ravines in the steppe, side by side with Ukrainian settlements. And instead of having to journey 50 versts or more for goods, they found Sergei Mokov's shop, its fresh deal shelves packed with attractive commodities, right on the spot. Sergei flung his business wide, like a full-size accordion, and traded in everything requisite to simple village life: hides, salt, kerosene, haberdashery. He even began to supply agricultural machinery: reapers, seeders, plows, winnowers from the Aksaisk factory were drawn up in neat order outside the shop, whose cool green shutters kept it well protected from the summer's heat. It is hard to count the money in another's purse, but it seems that the quick-witted Sergei's trading yielded him considerable profit, for within 3 years he had opened a grain elevator, and the following year, after the death of his first wife, he began the construction of a steam flour mill. He squeezed Tatarsky and the neighboring villages tightly in his swarthy fist with its sparse covering of glossy black hairs. There was not a home that was not in debt to Sergei Mokov. A green slip with an orange border saying that a reaper had been given on credit to so-and-so, a bride's outfit for the daughter to someone else, time to marry the girl off, and the Paramonovo elevator was cutting its prices on wheat. Put it on my account, Mokov. And so it went on. 9 hands were employed at the mill, 7 in the shop, and 4 laborers. Altogether, 20 mouths dependent on the merchant's pleasure for their daily bread. He had 2 children by his first wife, the girl Lisa, and a boy 2 years younger, the sluggish, scrofulous Vladimir. His second wife, Anna, a dry, sharp-nosed creature, was childless. All her belated mother-love and accumulated spleen, she had not married until the age of 34, were poured out on the children. Her nervous temperament had a bad influence on them, and their father paid them no more attention than he gave his stable hand or cook. His business activities occupied all his time. The children grew up uncontrolled. His insensitive wife made no attempt to penetrate into the secrets of the child mind. The affairs of her large household took too much of her time, and the brother and sister grew up alien to each other, different in character, as though they were not related. Vladimir was sullen, sluggish, with a sly look and unchildish seriousness. Lisa, who lived in the society of the maid and the cook, the latter a dissolute, much too experienced woman, early saw the seamy side of life. The women aroused an unhealthy curiosity in her, and while still an angular and bashful adolescent, left to her own devices, she had grown as wild as the true-love flower in the forest. The unhurrying years flowed by. The old grew older, and the young grew green of leaf. One evening, Sergei Platonovich glanced at his daughter across the tea-table and was startled. Lisa, who had just left high school, had grown into a slender, good-looking girl. He looked at her, and the saucer filled with amber-colored tea trembled in his hand. How like her mother she was. God, her very image. "Lisa, turn your head sideways." He had never before noticed how amazingly his daughter resembled her mother. Vladimir Mokov, a narrow-chested, sickly yellow lad now in the 5th form at school, was walking through the mill yard. He and his sister had recently returned home for the summer vacation, and as usual had gone along to look at the mill, jostle among the flower-sprinkled crowd, and listen to the steady rumble of cog-wheels and rollers and the hiss of whirling belts. It ministered to his vanity to hear the respectful murmur of the Cossack customers, "The master's heir." Carefully picking his way among the wagons and the heaps of dung, Vladimir reached the gate. Then he remembered he had not been to see the engine room and turned back. Close to the red oil tank at the entrance to the engine room, the mill hand Timofey, a scalesman nicknamed Knave, and Timofey's assistant David were kneading a great ring of clay with bare feet, their trousers rolled up above their knees. "Ah, the master!" the scalesman greeted him jokingly. "Good afternoon. What are you doing?" "Mixing clay," David said with an unpleasant smile, dragging his feet out of the clinging mass, which smelled of dung. "Your father's careful of the rubles and won't hire women to do it. Your father's a screw, that he is," he added, making a squelching noise with his feet. Vladimir flushed. He felt an unconquerable dislike for the ever-smiling David and his contemptuous tone, even for his white teeth. "What do you mean, a screw?" "He's terribly mean. He'd eat his own dirt if it paid him," David explained with a smile. The others laughed approvingly. Vladimir felt all the smart of the insult. He stared coldly at David. "So, you're dissatisfied?" "Come into this mess and mix it yourself, and then you'll know. What fool would be satisfied? It would do your father good to do some of this, take some of the fat off his belly," David replied. He trod heavily around the ring of clay, kneading it with his feet, now smiling gaily. Foretasting a sweet revenge, Vladimir turned over a fitting reply in his mind. "Good," he said slowly. "I'll tell Papa you're not satisfied with your work." He glanced sidelong at the man's face and was startled by the impression he had caused. David's lips were twisted in a forced, pitiful smile, and the faces of the others were clouded over. All three went on kneading the clay for a moment in silence. Then David tore his eyes away from his muddy feet and said in a wheedling, bitter tone, "I was only joking, Volodya." "I'll tell Papa what you said." With tears of injury in his eyes for his father and himself, and for David's miserable smile, Vladimir walked away. "Volodya! Vladimir Sergeyevich!" David called after him in alarm and stepped out of the clay, letting his trousers fall over his bespattered legs. Vladimir halted. David ran to him, breathing heavily. "Don't tell your father. Forgive me, fool that I am. Honest to God, I just said it to tease you." "All right, I won't tell him," Vladimir replied with a grimace, and walked on towards the gate. Pity for David had won. He walked along by the white fence with a feeling of relief. From the forge in the corner of the mill yard, the cheerful tapping of a hammer could be heard, now soft and muffled as it struck the iron, now a hard and ringing double tap on the anvil. "What did you want to say that for?" Knave's deep voice reached his ears. "Don't stir dung and it won't stink." The swine, Vladimir thought indignantly. So he answers back. Shall I tell father or not? Glancing back, he saw David wearing his everlasting smile, and decided, I'll tell. A horse and wagon stood hitched to a post outside the shop. Children were chasing a twittering gray cloud of sparrows off the roof of the firehouse. From the veranda came the sonorous baritone of the student Boyarishkin, and another voice, cracked and husky. Vladimir went up the steps of the house. The leaves of the wild vine grew thickly over the porch and veranda, and hung in foaming green bunches from the carved blue-painted eaves. Boyarishkin was shaking his blue-shaven head and addressing the teacher Balanda, a young man but already bearded. "When I read him, despite the fact that I'm the son of a toiling Cossack and naturally hate all privileged classes, just imagine it, I feel an acute pity for that moribund section of society. I nearly turn into a nobleman and landlord myself. I study their ideal woman with rapture. I even take their interests to heart, damn it. Yes, my friend, that's what a genius can do. He can even make you change your creed." Balanda toyed with the tassel of his silk sash and examined the red embroidery on the hem of his shirt, smiling ironically. Lisa lay back in the armchair. The conversation evidently did not interest her in the least. With eyes that always seemed to be looking for something they had lost, she was staring aimlessly at Boyarishkin's blue razor-scratched head. Bowing to them, Vladimir went to his father's private room and knocked. Sergei Platonovich was sitting on a cool leather couch, turning over the pages of the June issue of Russkoye Bogatstvo. A yellowed bone paper knife lay at his feet. "Well, what do you want?" Vladimir hunched his shoulders slightly and straightened the folds of his shirt. "As I was coming back from the mill," Vladimir began uncertainly, but then he recalled David's dazzling smile, and gazing at his father's corpulent belly in its too-sore waistcoat, he resolutely continued, "I heard David, the mill hand, say." Sergei Platonovich listened attentively to his son's story and said, "I'll sack him. You may go." Then he bent with a groan to pick up the paper knife. In the evenings, the intelligentsia of the village were in the habit of gathering at Sergei Morkov's house. There was Boyarishkin, a student of the Moscow Technical School, the puny teacher Balanda, eaten up with conceit and tuberculosis, his cohabitant, the teacher Marfa, a shapely girl whose petticoat always showed indecently and who never seemed to grow any older, and the postmaster, an eccentric, rather musty bachelor smelling of sealing wax and cheap scent. Occasionally, the young Lieutenant Yevgeny Lisnitsky rode over from his father's estate. The company would sit drinking tea on the veranda, carrying on a pointless conversation, and when there was a lull in the talk, one of the guests would get up and set going the host's expensive inlaid gramophone. On rare occasions, during the great holidays, Sergei Platonovich liked to cut a dash. He invited guests and regaled them with expensive wines, fresh caviar ordered from Bataisk for the occasion, and the finest of hors d'oeuvres. At other times he lived frugally. The one thing in regard to which he exercised no self-restraint was the purchase of books. He loved reading and liked to get to the bottom of things with his own mind, which was tenacious as bindweed. His partner, Yemelyan Konstantinovich Atyopin, a fair-haired man with a pointed beard and hidden slits of eyes, rarely visited Morkov. He was married to a former nun, had had 8 children by her in 15 years of married life, and stayed at home most of the time. He had begun his career as a regimental clerk, and the fusty spirit of cringing and ingratiation brought from there permeated his family also. His children walked on tiptoe in his presence and talked in whispers. Every morning after washing, they lined up in the dining room under the black hanging coffin of the huge clock. Their mother stood behind them, and as soon as the dry cough was heard from the bedroom, they would begin discordantly, "Our Father," and other prayers. Yemelyan Konstantinovich would be dressed and emerge from the bedroom by the time the prayers were ended. Screwing up his tiny green eyes, he would extend his fleshy hand as though he were a bishop, while the children approached him in single file to kiss it. Then Yemelyan Konstantinovich would kiss his wife on the cheek and ask, lisping, "Polya, is the tea ready?" "It is, Yemelyan Konstantinovich. Pour me some strong tea." He was the shop's accountant. He covered the pages under their bold-faced headings, debit and credit, with his flowery clerk's handwriting. He read the stock exchange news, adorning his lumpy nose with a gold-rimmed pince-nez for which he had no need. He treated his employees politely. "Ivan Petrovich, please show the Taurida calico to the customer." His wife called him Yemelyan Konstantinovich, his children Papa, his shop assistants Blah Blah. The two village priests, Father Vissarion and the pious Father Pankrati, were not on friendly terms with Sergei Platonovich. They had a long-standing quarrel with him, nor were they on very amicable terms with each other. The fractious, intriguing Father Pankrati was clever at making trouble for his neighbors, and the widower Father Vissarion, with a syphilitic twang in his voice that belied his affable nature, who lived with a Ukrainian housekeeper, held himself aloof and had no love for Father Pankrati because of his inordinate pride and intriguing character. All except the teacher Balanda owned their own houses. Mokov's big house, faced with matchboard and painted blue, stood in the square. Right opposite, in the center of the square, squatted his shop with its glass door and faded signboard. Attached to the shop was a long, low shed with a cellar, and 100 paces farther on rose the brick wall of the churchyard and the church itself, with a cupola that looked like a ripe green onion. Beyond the church were the whitewashed, officially severe walls of the school, and two smart-looking houses, one blue with blue-painted fences belonging to Father Pankrati, the other brown, to avoid any resemblance, with carved fencing and a broad balcony belonging to Father Vissarion. Then came Atyopin's strangely narrow two-storied house, the post office, the thatched and iron-roofed houses of the Cossacks, and finally the sloping back of the mill, with rusty tin cocks on its roof. The inhabitants of the village lived behind their barred and bolted double shutters, cut off from all the rest of the world. Every evening, unless they were paying a visit to a neighbor, each family shot the bolts of their doors, unchained their dogs in the yards, and only the sound of the wooden tongue of the night watchman's clapper disturbed the silence. 2. One day towards the end of August, Mitka Korshunov happened to meet Liza Mokova down by the river. He had just rowed across from the other side, and as he was fastening up his boat, he saw a light, gaily painted skiff skimming the stream. It was being rowed by the student Boyarishkin. His shaven head glistened with perspiration, and the veins stood out on his forehead. Mitka did not recognize Liza in the skiff at first, for her straw hat threw her face into shadow. Her sunburned hands were pressing a bunch of yellow water lilies to her breast. "Korshunov," she called, shaking her head at Mitka. "You've deceived me." "Deceived you? Don't you remember? You promised to take me fishing." Boyarishkin dropped the oars and straightened his back. The skiff thrust its nose into the shore with a scrunch. "Do you remember?" Liza laughed as she jumped out. "I haven't had the time. Too much work to do," Mitka said apologetically, catching his breath as the girl approached him. "No, it's impossible," Boyarishkin interrupted. "I've had enough, Yelizavieta. You have had all the service you will get from me. The distance we have covered over this confounded water. My hands are all blisters. Give me dry land." Boyarishkin planted a long bare foot on the gravelly shore and mopped his forehead with the top of his crumpled student's cap. Without replying, Liza went up to Mitka. He clumsily shook the hand she offered him. "Well then, when shall we go fishing?" she asked with a toss of her head, narrowing her eyes. "Tomorrow, if you like. We've done the threshing, and I've got more time now." "You're not deceiving me this time?" "No, I'm not." "Will you come early, at dawn?" "I'll be waiting for you." "I'll come. Honestly, I will." "You haven't forgotten the window?" "I'll find it." "I am going away soon, I expect, and I'd like to go fishing first." Mitka toyed silently with the rusty key for locking up the boat and looked straight at her lips. "Will you be through soon?" asked Boyarishkin, examining a shell lying in his palm.
"In a minute."
She was silent a moment. Then, smiling to herself, she asked,
"You've had a wedding in your family, haven't you?"
"Yes, my sister's."
"Whom did she marry?"
Then, without waiting for an answer, she smiled again, mysteriously and fleetingly.
"Do come, won't you?"
Once again, as it had on the veranda of Mokov's house, her smile stung Mitka like a nettle. He watched her to the boat. Boyarishkin pushed off clumsily and rowed away, while Lisa smiled over his head at Mitka, who was still toying with the key, and nodded farewell. When the boat was well out, Mitka heard Boyarishkin quietly ask, "Who is that fellow?"
"Just an acquaintance."
"Not an affair of the heart?" Mitka did not catch her answer above the creak of the rowlocks. He saw Boyarishkin throw himself back with a laugh, but could not see Lisa's face. The lilac ribbon on her hat, stirring gently in the breeze, caressed the slope of her bare shoulder with a melting softness that teased Mitka's misty glance. Mitka, who rarely went fishing with rod and line, had never prepared for the occasion with such zeal as on that evening. He chopped some dung straw and boiled up the millet over a fire on the vegetable patch, then sorted out his hooks, renewing the lines that were rotten. Mikhail, who was watching his preparations, asked, "Take me with you, Mitka. You won't be able to manage alone." "I'll manage." Mikhail sighed. "It's a long time since we went out together. I'd just like the feel of a 20-pounder pulling on the line." Mitka frowned into the hot column of steam rising from the pot and said nothing. When he had finished, he went into the back room. Grandfather Grishaka was sitting by the window, with round copper-rimmed spectacles on his nose, studying the Gospels. "Granddad," Mitka said, leaning his back against the doorframe. The old man looked at him over his spectacles. "Eh?" "Wake me up at the first cock." "Where are you off to so early?" "Fishing." The old man had a weakness for fish, but he made a pretense of opposing Mitka's designs. "Your father said the hemp must be beaten tomorrow. There's no time to laze about." Mitka stirred from the door and tried strategy. "Oh, all right then. I wanted to give you a treat, but as there's the hemp to be done, I won't go." "Stop. Where are you off to?" The old man took alarm and pulled off his spectacles. "I'll speak to your father about it. You can go. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I could just do with a bit of fish." "All right. I'll wake you up. Go on, you young ass. What are you grinning at?" At midnight, the old man, holding up his linen trousers with one hand and gripping his stick in the other, floated like a trembling white shadow across the yard to the barn, entered the barn, and jabbed his crotch into Mitka's sleeping body. In the barn, the smell of newly threshed grain and mice droppings mingled with the stale cobweb-choked air of a place that is never lived in. Mitka was sleeping on a rug by the corn bin. Grishaka poked at him with his stick, but could not rouse him for some time. At first he poked lightly, whispering, "Mitka, Mitka, hey, Mitka!" But Mitka only sighed and drew his legs up. Grishaka grew more ruthless and began to bore the stick into Mitka's stomach. With a gasp, Mitka seized the end of the stick and woke up suddenly. "How you sleep," grumbled the old man. "Quiet, Granddad. Don't bumble." Mitka muttered sleepily, groping for his boots. The lad made his way to the square. The village cocks were already crowing for the second time. As he passed Father Vissarion's house, he heard a cock flap its wings in the hen coop and give a mighty bellow worthy of the head deacon, while the hens clucked in alarm. The night watchman was asleep on the steps of the shop, his nose tucked into the sheepskin warmth of his collar. Mitka reached Mokov's fence, set down his fishing tackle, and on tiptoe, so as not to disturb the dogs, crept into the porch. He tried the cold iron latch. The door was shut fast. He clambered across the banister of the veranda and went up to the window. It was half closed. Through the black gap came the sweet scent of a girl's warm sleeping body and the mysteriously sweet smell of perfume. "Yelizaveta Sergeyevna!" Mitka thought he had called very loudly. He waited. Silence. Suppose I'm at the wrong window. Suppose Mokov's asleep in there. I'll be for it then. He'll use a gun. "Yelizaveta Sergeyevna, coming fishing?" If he'd mistaken the window, there'd be some fish caught all right.
Are you getting up?
He said in irritation, and thrust his head through the window opening.
Who's there?
A low, startled voice sounded in the darkness.
It's me, Korshunov. Coming fishing? Oh, just a minute.
There was a sound of movement inside. Her warm, sleepy voice seemed to smell of mint. Mitka saw something white and rustling moving about the room. I'd rather sleep with her than get cold fishing, he thought vaguely, with the smell of the bedroom in his nostrils. After a while, her smiling face, framed in a white kerchief, appeared at the window.
I'm coming out this way. Give me your hand.
As he helped her down, she looked closely into his eyes.
I didn't take long, did I?
It's all right. We'll be in time. They went down to the Don. She rubbed her sleep-swollen eyes with a pink hand.
I was sleeping so sweetly, I could have slept on. It's too early to go yet.
We'll be just in time. They followed the first lane from the square leading down to the river. During the night, the river had risen, and the boat, which had been left high and dry the evening before, was now rocking on the water a little way out.
I'll have to take off my shoes,
she sighed, measuring the distance to the boat with her eyes. Let me carry you, Mitka proposed.
No, I'd better take my shoes off.
Carrying you would be easier.
I'd rather not,
she said with embarrassment in her voice. Mitka embraced her legs above the knees with his left arm, and lifting her easily, splashed through the water. She clutched involuntarily at the firm, dark column of his neck and laughed with a cooing softness. If Mitka had not stumbled over a stone used by the village women when washing clothes, there would not have been a brief accidental kiss. She gasped and pressed her face against Mitka's hard, cracked lips, and he came to a halt 2 paces away from the boat. The water swirled over the tops of his boots and chilled his feet. Unfastening the boat, he pushed it off and jumped in. He rowed standing. The water rustled and wept under the stern. The boat gently breasted the stream, making for the opposite bank. The fishing rods jumped and clattered at the bottom of the boat.
Where are you taking me?
She asked, glancing back. To the other side. The keel grated on the sandy shore. Without asking permission, he picked the girl up in his arms and carried her into a clump of hawthorn. She bit at his face, scratched, gave 1 or 2 stifled screams, and feeling her strength ebbing, she wept angrily, but without tears. They returned about 9 o'clock. The sky was wrapped in a ruddy yellow haze. A strong breeze danced over the river, maning the waves. The boat danced over the waves, and the cold, frothy spray sprinkled on Lisa's pallid face and clung to her lashes and the strands of her hair. She wearily closed her vacant eyes, twisting in her fingers a flower that had fallen into the boat. Mitka rowed without looking at her. A small carp and a bream lay goggle-eyed at his feet, their mouths twisted in death. Mitka's face wore an expression of mingled guilt, content, and anxiety. I'll take you to Semyonov's landing stage. It will be nearer for you, he told her, as he turned the boat into the stream.
All right,
she whispered. Along the deserted shore, the dusty wattle fences pined in the hot wind, drenching the air with the smell of burnt brushwood. The heavy, overripe caps of the sunflowers, pecked by sparrows, drooped low, scattering fluffy seeds over the ground. The meadowland was emerald with the young aftermath. Colts were frisking about in the distance, and the hot southerly wind wafted up the echoing laughter of the bells tied round their necks. As Lisa was getting out of the boat, Mitka picked up a fish and held it out to her. Here, take the catch. Her lashes flickered in alarm, but she took the fish.
Well, I'm going.
Holding the fish by the willow twig Mitka had fixed through their gills, she turned miserably away. Gone were her recent assurance and gaiety, left behind in the hawthorn bushes. Lisa! She turned around, surprise and irritation in her frown. Come back a minute. And when she came closer, he said, annoyed at his own embarrassment, We were a bit careless. Your dress at the back, there's a stain on it. It's only a little one. A hot flush spread over her face and neck. After a moment's silence, Mitka advised, Go by the back ways. I'll have to pass through the square in any case. I meant to put my black skirt on, she whispered, looking at Mitka with regret and sudden hatred. Let me green it a bit with a leaf, Mitka suggested simply, and was surprised to see the tears come into her eyes. Like the rustling whisper of a summer breeze, the news flew round the village. Mitka Korshunov's been out all night with Sergei Platonovich's daughter. The women talked about it as they drove out the cattle to join the village herd in the morning, as they stood in the narrow shade of the well sweeps with the gray dust swirling round them and water dripping from their buckets, or as they beat out their washing on the flat stones down by the river. Her own mother's dead, you know. Her father never has a minute to spare, and her stepmother just doesn't trouble. The watchman says he saw a man tapping at the end window at midnight. He thought at first it was someone trying to break in. He ran to see who it was and found it was Mitka. The girls these days, I don't know what they're coming to. Mitka told my Nikita he's going to marry her. He'd better wipe his nose first. He forced her, they say. Don't you believe it? The rumors flowed round Main Street and Back Street, smearing the girl's good name, as a clean gate is smeared with thick tar. Finally, they descended on the graying head of Mokov himself and crushed him to the ground. For 2 days he went neither to the shop nor to the mill. The servants who lived downstairs came to him only at dinner. On the 3rd day, Sergei Platonovich had his dapple-gray stallion harnessed to his droshky and drove to the stanitsa, bowing remotely to the Cossacks he met on the way. The droshky was followed by a highly varnished carriage, which swished out of the yard, drawn by a pair of prancing black horses. Yemelyan, the coachman, sucking his pipe, which had become permanently attached to his graying beard, shook out the blue silk of the reins, and the 2 black horses went prancing down the street. Lisa could be seen sitting pale-faced behind Yemelyan's craggy back. She held a light valise on her knees and was smiling sadly. At the gate, she waved her glove to Vladimir and her stepmother. Panteley Prokofyevich happened to be limping out of the shop at the moment, and he stopped to ask the yardman Nikita, "Where's the master's daughter going?" And Nikita, condescending to the simple human weakness, replied, "To Moscow, to study." The next day, an incident occurred which was long the subject of talk down by the river, under the shadow of the well sweeps, and when the cattle were being driven out to graze. Just before nightfall, the village herd had already returned from the steppe. Mitka went to see Sergei Platonovich. He had waited until evening in order to avoid meeting anyone, for he came not merely to make a friendly call, but to ask for the hand of Mokov's daughter Lisa. He had met her perhaps 4 times, not more. At the last meeting, the conversation had taken the following course. "Lisa, will you marry me? Nonsense. I shall care for you. I'll love you. We have people to work for us. You shall sit at the window and read your books. You're a fool." Mitka took offense and said no more. That evening he went home early, and in the morning he announced to his astonished father, "Father, arrange for my marriage." "Don't be a fool." "Honestly, Father, I'm not joking." "In a hurry, aren't you? Who are you smitten on? Crazy Marfa?" "Send the matchmakers to Sergei Platonovich." Miron Grigorievich carefully set down the cobbling tools with which he was mending harness, and roared with laughter. "You're in a funny vein today, my son." But Mitka stuck to his guns, and his father flared up. "You fool! Sergei Platonovich has a capital of over 100,000 rubles. He's a merchant, and what are you? Clear off, or I'll leather you with this strap. We've got 14 pairs of bullocks, and look at the land we own. Besides, he's a muzhik, and we're Cossacks." "Clear off," Miron said curtly. He did not like long discussions. Mitka found a sympathetic listener only in his grandfather. The old man attempted to persuade Miron in favor of his son's suit. "Miron," old Grishaka said, "why don't you agree? As the boy's taken it into his head—" "Father, you're a great baby. God's truth you are. Mitka's silly enough, but you're—" "Hold your tongue," Grishaka rapped his stick on the floor. "Aren't we good enough for them? He ought to take it as an honor for a Cossack son to wed his daughter. He'll give up, and gladly too. We're known all over the countryside. We're not farm hands, we're masters. Go and ask him, Miron. What's stopping you? Let him give his mill as the dowry." Miron snorted and went out into the yard. So Mitka decided to wait until evening and then go to Mokov himself. He knew that his father's obstinacy was like a well-rooted elm. You might bend it, but you could never break it. It was not worth trying. He went whistling as far as Mokov's front door, then grew timid. He hesitated a moment, and finally went through the yard to the side door. On the steps he asked the maid in her crackling starched apron, "Master at home?"
"He's drinking his tea. Wait."
Mitka sat down and waited, lit a cigarette, smoked it, and crushed the end on the floor. Mokov came out, brushing crumbs off his waistcoat. When he saw Mitka, he frowned, but said, "Come in." Mitka entered Mokov's cool private room that smelled of books and tobacco, feeling that the courage with which he had been charged so far had been sufficient to last only to the merchant's threshold. The merchant went to his table and swung round on his heels. "Well?" Behind his back, his fingers scratched at the top of the table. "I've come to find out—" Mitka plunged into the cold slime of Mokov's piercing eyes and shuddered. "Perhaps you'll give me Lisa?" Despair, anger, fear, all combined to bring his face out in perspiration, fine as dew during a drought. Mokov's left eyebrow quivered, and his upper lip writhed back from the gums. He stretched out his neck and leaned all his body forward. "What? What? You scoundrel, get out! I'll have you before the ataman, you son of a bitch!" Encouraged by this shout, Mitka watched the gray-blue blood flooding into Mokov's cheeks. "Don't take it as an insult. I only wanted to make up for what I've done." Mokov rolled his bloodshot eyes and threw a massive iron ashtray at Mitka's feet. It rebounded and struck him on the knee. But he stoically bore the pain, and jerking open the door, shouted, baring his teeth with resentment and pain, "As you like, Sergei Platonovich, just as you like, but I meant it. Who would want her now? I thought I'd cover her shame, but now even a dog won't touch a gnawed bone." Pressing a crumpled handkerchief to his lips, Mokov followed on Mitka's heels. He barred the way to the main door, and Mitka ran out into the yard. Here the master had only to wink to Yemelyan, the coachman, and as Mitka was struggling with the stout latch at the wicket gate, 4 unleashed hounds tore round the corner of the barn. Seeing a stranger, they bounded across the clean-swept yard straight at him. In 1910, Sergei Platonovich had brought back a pair of black curly-haired pups from the fair at Nizhny Novgorod. In a year, those black, curly, big-mouthed pups shot up like yearling calves. At first, they snapped at the skirts of the women who passed Mokov's yard. Then they learned to pull the women to the ground and bite their legs. And it was only when they had killed Father Pancrati's calf and a pair of Atyopin's hogs that Sergei Platonovich ordered them to be chained up. Now the dogs were let loose only at night, and once every spring for the mating. Before Mitka could turn round, the foremost dog was up at his shoulders with its teeth fastened into his jacket. The writhing black bodies bit and tore at him. Mitka fought them off and tried to keep his balance. He saw Yemelyan, his pipe scattering sparks, disappear into the kitchen, and heard the door slam behind him. By the steps, leaning against the drain pipe, stood Sergei Platonovich, his hairy white fists clenched. Swaying and staggering, Mitka tore open the gate and dragged the bunch of snarling, hot-breathed dogs after him on his bleeding legs. He seized one by the throat and choked it, and passing Cossacks with difficulty beat off the others. 3. Natalia fitted well into the Melekov household. Although he was rich and employed laborers, her father had brought up his children to work. Hard-working Natalia won the hearts of her husband's parents. Ilyinichna, who secretly did not like her elder, clothes-loving daughter-in-law Darya, took to Natalia from the very first. Sleep on, little one. What are you out so early for?" she would protest kindly, bustling about the kitchen on her stout legs. "Go back to bed. We'll manage without you." And Natalia, who had got up at dawn to help in the kitchen, would go back to the best room to complete her rest. Even Panteley, who was usually strict in regard to household matters, said to his wife, "Listen, wife, don't wake Natalia. She works hard enough as it is. She's going out with Grisha to plow today. But whip up that Darya. She's a lazy woman and bad. She paints her face and blackens her brows, the bitch."
"Let her take it a bit easy the first year," sighed Ilyinichna, remembering her own back-breaking life.
Grigory had begun to get used to his newly married state, but after 2 or 3 weeks, he realized with fear and chagrin that he had not completely broken with Aksinya. Something was left like a thorn in his heart, and the pain would not go soon. The feeling, which, in the excitement of marriage, he had dismissed with a careless wave of the hand, was deep-rooted. He thought he could forget, but it refused to be forgotten, and the wound bled. Even before the wedding, Pyotr had asked him when they were threshing together, "Grisha, but what about Aksinya? Well, what about her? Won't you feel sorry to throw her over?" "Someone else will pick her up," Grigory had said with a laugh.
"Well, you know best," Pyotr said, biting at the chewed tip of his mustache. "But don't make a hash of your marriage."
"Love grows old and the body cold," Grigory replied lightly. But it had not worked out like that. As he dutifully caressed his wife, trying to inflame her with his own youthful zest, he met with only coldness and an embarrassed submission from her. Natalia shrank from bodily delights. She had inherited something of her mother's slow, unresponsive blood, and as he recalled Aksinya's passionate fervor, Grigory sighed. "Your father must have made you on ice, Natalia. You're too chilly by half." And when he met Aksinya, she would smile with a vague darkening of the pupils, and her words clung like the mud at the bottom of a stream.
"Hello, Grisha. How's love with your young wife?"
"All right," Grigory would reply evasively, and escape as quickly as possible from her caressing glance. Stepan had evidently made up his quarrel with his wife. He visited the tavern less frequently, and one evening, as he was winnowing grain on the threshing floor, he suggested for the first time since the beginning of the trouble, "Let's sing a song, Aksinya." They sat down, their backs against a heap of threshed, dusty wheat. Stepan began an army song. Aksinya joined in with her full, throaty voice. They sang well together, as they had in the first years of their married life, when they used to jog back from the fields under the crimson hem of the sunset glow, and Stepan would sit on the load and sing an old song, as long and sad as the wild and desolate road across the steppe. Aksinya, with her head resting on the bulging hoops of her husband's chest, would take up the tune. The horses would pull the creaking wagon, and the shaft bow would bob up and down, and from afar the old men of the village would listen to the song. "She's got a fine voice, that wife of Stepan's." "Aye, nice singing." "And what a voice Stepan has got, clear as a bell." And as they sat on the earthen banks round their cottages, watching the dusty purple of the sunset, the old men would exchange remarks across the street about the song, where it came from, and about those who had loved it. Grigory heard the Astakovs singing, and while he was threshing, the 2 threshing floors adjoined, he could see Aksinya as self-assured as before and apparently happy, or so it seemed to him. Stepan was not on speaking terms with the Melekovs. He worked on the threshing floor, swinging his great sloping shoulders, occasionally making a jesting remark to Aksinya, and she would respond with a smile, her black eyes flashing. Her green skirt hovered constantly before Grigory's eyes. His neck was continually being twisted by a strange force which turned his head in the direction of Stepan's yard. He did not notice that Natalia, who was helping Panteley spread out the sheaves for threshing, intercepted every involuntary glance with her own yearning, jealous gaze. He did not see Pyotr, who was driving the horses round the threshing circle, wrinkling his nose with a faint grin as he watched his brother. The earth groaned under the crushing weight of the stone rollers, and with a muffled rumble in his ears, Grigory groped hazily in his mind, and failed to catch the scraps of thought that slipped elusively out of range of his consciousness. From near and distant threshing floors came the sound of threshing. The shouts of drivers, the whistle of knouts, the rattle of the winnowing drums. The village, fat with the harvest, basked in the September warmth, stretching along the dawn like a beaded snake across a road. In every farmyard with its wattle fence, under every Cossack roof, each brimming bittersweet life whirled on, separate and apart from the rest. Old Grishaka had taken a chill. and was suffering with his teeth. Markov, crushed by his shame, clawed his beard, weeping and grinding his teeth in solitude. Stepan nursed his hatred for Grigory in his heart, and his iron fingers tore at the patchwork quilt in his sleep. Natalia would run to the shed and throw herself on the heap of cow-dung fuel, shaking and huddling into a ball as she wept over her desecrated happiness. Kristonia, who had sold a calf at the fair, then spent the money on drink, was tortured by pangs of conscience. Grigory sighed with insatiable longing and renewed pain. Aksinia, as she caressed her husband, flooded her undying hatred for him with tears. David had been discharged from the mill and sat night after night with Knave in the carter's shed, while Knave, his angry eyes flashing, would declare, "Just wait. They'll have their throats cut before long. One revolution wasn't enough for them. Wait till we have another 1905. Then we'll settle scores. We'll settle scores." He shook his scarred finger threateningly, and with a shrug adjusted the jacket flung across his shoulders. And over the village slipped the days, passing into the nights. The weeks flowed by, the months crept on, the wind howled over the hill, warning of bad weather to come, and glazed with the clear greenish blue of autumn, the dawn flowed on indifferently to the sea. 4. One Sunday at the end of October, Fedot Bodovskov drove to the stanitsa on business. He took with him 4 braces of fattened ducks and sold them at the market. He bought his wife some cotton print and was on the point of driving home. With one foot on the wheel he was tightening the hame strap, when a stranger, obviously not of those parts, came up to him. "Good afternoon," he greeted Fedot, putting a sunburnt hand to the edge of his black hat. "Afternoon," said Fedot, and paused inquiringly, narrowing his Kalmyk eyes. "Where are you from?" "One of the villages." "And which village may that be?" "Tatarsky." The stranger drew a silver cigarette case out of his pocket and offered Fedot a cigarette. "Is yours a large village?" "No, thanks, just had one." "Our village? Pretty big. 300 families or thereabouts." "Is there a church there?" "Of course." "Any blacksmiths there?" "Aye, there's a smithy." "Is there a workshop at the mill?" Fedot fastened the rein to his horse's bit and looked distrustfully at the man's black hat and the furrows in the broad white face fringed with the black beard. "What do you want to know for?" "I'm coming to live at your village. I've just been to the district ataman." "Are you going back empty?" "Aye." "Will you take me back with you? I'm not alone. I have my wife with me and a couple of boxes." "I can take you." Having agreed about the price, they drove to Froska, the bun-maker's, where his passenger was lodging, collected the man's thin blonde wife, put the boxes in the back, and set out on the return journey. Clicking his tongue and flicking the plaited reins over the horses' backs, Fedot twisted his angular head round from time to time. He was eaten up with curiosity. His passengers sat quietly behind him. Fedot first asked for a cigarette. Then he inquired, "Where are you from?" "From Rostov." "One of them. What did you say?" "Were you born there?" Yes." Fedot wrinkled his bronzed cheeks and peered at the distant clumps of steppe grass. The road began to climb, and half a verst from the road, in the gray-brown brushwood on top of the ridge, Fedot's practiced eye spotted the scarcely visible movements of bustards' heads. "Pity I haven't got a gun, or I'd be out after the bustards. There they go," he sighed, pointing with his thumb. "I don't see anything," his passenger replied, blinking short-sightedly. Fedot watched the bustards flutter into a gully and twisted himself round to study his passengers more closely. The man was of average height, but thin. His close-set eyes had a sly twinkle in them. He smiled frequently as he talked. His wife, wrapped in a knitted shawl, was dozing, and Fedot couldn't see her face. "What are you coming to live in our village for?" "I'm a mechanic. I'm thinking of starting a workshop. I can do carpentry, too." Fedot stared suspiciously at the man's big hands, and catching his gaze, the stranger added, "I'm also an agent for the Singer Sewing Machine Company." "What's your name?" Fedot asked. "Stockman." "So you're not Russian, then?" Yes, I'm a Russian, but my grandfather was a Let by birth. In a short while, Fedot had learned that Osip Davidovich Stockman had formerly worked at a factory, then somewhere in the Kuban, then in the southeastern railway workshops, and a great number of other facts the inquisitive Fedot elicited concerning the stranger's life. After a while, the conversation flagged. Fedot watered his sweating horse at a wayside spring, and drowsy with the journey and the jolting of the cart, he began to doze. It was another 5 versts to the village. He fastened the reins to the wagon and lay back comfortably. But he was not allowed to go to sleep. "How's life in your parts?" Stockman asked him, bouncing and swaying with the motion of the cart. "Not so bad. We get our bread." "And the Cossacks generally, are they satisfied with life?" "Some are, some aren't. You can't please everybody." "That's true," the man assented, and went on asking his tricky, probing questions. "You live pretty well, you say?" "Pretty well." "The annual army training must be a nuisance, eh?" "Army training? We're used to it. Nothing to worry about when you're in the army. But it's hard on you Cossacks to have to supply all the equipment." "Yes, the sons of swine," Fedot said with sudden animation, and glanced sidelong at the woman. She averted her eyes. "Our authorities are a bad lot. When I went to do my service, I sold my bullocks and bought a horse, and they rejected him." "Rejected him?" Stockman said with assumed amazement. "Right out. His legs were no good, they said. I argued with them. I tried everything. 'He's got legs like a prize stallion,' I said. 'It's just his funny way of stepping, that's all.' But no, they wouldn't pass him. It's enough to ruin you." The conversation went on briskly. The Fedot jumped off the wagon and began to talk freely of the village life. He cursed the village ataman for his unjust division of the meadowland, and praised the way things were run in Poland, where his regiment had been stationed. Stockman, casting sharp glances at Fedot from his narrowed eyes, smoked mild cigarettes in a ringed bone holder, and smiled frequently. But the frown furrow in his white sloping forehead stirred slowly and heavily, as though driven from within by hidden thoughts. They reached the village in the early evening. On Fedot's advice, Stockman went to the widow Lukashka and rented 2 rooms from her. "Who is that you brought back with you?" Fedot's neighbors asked him as he drove past their gates. "An agent." "What kind of angel?" "You're fools, that's what you are. An agent, I said. He sells machines. He gives them away free to the handsome ones, but to such as you, Auntie Maria, he sells them." "Look at yourself, you devil. Your Kalmyk snout is ugly enough to frighten a horse." "Kalmyks and Tatars come first in the steppe, so don't you joke about them," Fedot parried. Mechanic Stockman lodged at the cross-eyed, long-tongued Lukashkas, and the night had scarcely passed before all the women's tongues in the village were wagging. "Have you heard the news, neighbor?" "What news?" "Fedot the Kalmyk has brought a foreigner down." "Really? So help me God, he wears a hat, and his name is Stoppel or Stockal." "He's not from the police?" "No, he's an excise man." "It's all lies, my dear. He's a bookkeeper, they say, just like Father Pancrati's son." "Pashka, my dove, run to Lukashka and ask her quietly, 'Who's that living with you, Auntie?' Run quickly, child." Next day, Stockman reported to the village ataman. Fyodor Manitskov, who was in his 3rd year as ataman, turned the newcomer's passport over and over, then handed it to the clerk, who also turned it over and over. They exchanged glances, and the ataman, once a sergeant major, authoritatively waved his hand. "You can stay." The newcomer bowed and left the room. For a week he did not put his nose outside Lukashka's house, keeping like a suslik to his burrow. He could be heard tapping with an axe, preparing a workshop in the tumble-down outdoor kitchen. The women's interest in him died away. Only the children spent all day peeping over the fence and watching the stranger with unabashed curiosity. 5. 3 days before intercession, Grigory and his wife drove out to the steppe to plow. Panteley was unwell. He leaned heavily on his stick and wheezed with pain as he stood in the yard seeing them off. "Plow up the 2 strips on the other side of the common by Red Dell, Grisha." "All right. What about the one up by Willow Bank?" Grigory asked in a hoarse whisper. He had caught a cold while fishing and had a cloth round his throat. "That can wait till after the holiday. You'll have enough to do as it is, so don't be greedy. There must be 15 acres up there." "Will Pyotr be coming to help?" "He's going to the mill with Darya. We want to get our milling done before the crowds begin." As Ilyinichna put some freshly baked buns in Natalia's jacket, she whispered, "Perhaps you'll take Dunya with you to lead the bullocks." "2 people are enough." "All right, my dear. Christ be with you." Arching her slender figure under the weight of a load of damp washing, Dunya went past on her way to the Don to rinse the clothes. As she went by, she called to Natalia, "Natalia, there's lots of sorrel in Red Dell. Pull some up and bring it home." "Now then, be off with you, chatterbox," Panteley said, shaking his stick at Dunya. The 3 pairs of bullocks dragged the upturned plough out of the yard, gouging the drought-hardened earth. Grigori kept adjusting the kerchief bound round his neck as he walked along at the roadside, coughing. Natalia walked at his side, a bag with their food in it swinging on her back. A crystal stillness enveloped the steppe. Beyond the common, on the other side of the hump-backed hill, the earth was being combed with ploughs, and the drivers were whistling. But here, along the high road, there was only the blue-gray of stunted wormwood, the roadside clover nibbled by sheep, and the ringing glassy cool of the sky above, crisscrossed with flying threads of jeweled gossamer. After seeing the ploughmen on their way, Pyotr and Darya made ready to drive to the mill. Pyotr winnowed the wheat in the granary. Darya sacked it and carried it to the cart. Panteley harnessed the horses, carefully adjusting the traces. "Going to be long?" "Coming," Pyotr answered from the granary. When they arrived at the mill, they found the yard crowded with wagons. The scales were surrounded by a dense throng. Pyotr threw the reins to Darya and jumped down from the cart. "My turn soon?" he asked Nave, the scalesman. "You'll get there." "Who's being served now?" "Number 38. Pyotr turned to fetch his sacks. As he did so, he heard cursing behind him. A hoarse, ill-tempered voice barked, "You oversleep yourself and then you want to go out of your turn? Get away, Kokol, or I'll give you one." Pyotr recognized the voice of Horseshoe Yakov. He stopped to listen. The sound of shouting swelled in the weighing room. Then came the sharp smack of a blow, and an elderly, bearded Ukrainian with his cap crushed on the back of his head came tumbling out through the doorway. "What's that for?" he shouted, holding his cheek. "I'll wring your neck. But look here, Mickey for help." Horseshoe Yakov, a spirited, stocky artilleryman who had earned his nickname because of the horseshoe marks left on his face by the kick of a horse, came running out of the weighing room, rolling up his sleeves. A tall Ukrainian in a pink shirt struck hard at him from behind, but Yakov stayed on his feet. "Brothers, they're beating up the Cossacks," he cried. Cossacks and Ukrainians who were at the mill in large numbers came running from all sides into the wagon-filled yard. A fight began around the main entrance. The door gave way under the pressure of the struggling bodies. Pyotr threw down his sack and, with a grunt, ran lightly towards the melee. Standing up on the cart, Darya saw him press into the middle of the crowd, knocking the others aside. She groaned as she saw him carried to the mill wall, flung down and trampled underfoot. Mitka Korshunov came skipping round the corner from the machine room, brandishing an iron bar. The same Ukrainian who had struck at Yakov from behind burst out of the struggling crowd, a torn pink sleeve fluttering out behind him like a bird's broken wing. Bent double, his hands touching the ground, he ran to the nearest cart and pulled out a shaft as if it were a matchstick. Hoarse cries rang out over the yard, a crunching sound, blows, groaning, a steady roar of shouting. The 3 Shamil brothers came running out of their house. One-armed Alexei caught his feet in a pair of reins left lying on the ground and sprawled at the gate. He jumped up and went bounding across the lined-up cart shafts, pressing his armless left sleeve to his stomach. His brother Martin bent down to tuck in the trouser leg which had come out of his white sock. The shouting at the mill rose to a crescendo. Somebody let out a cry that floated high over the mill roof like a wind-blown thread of cobweb, and Martin straightened up and dashed after his brothers. Darya stood watching from the cart, panting and wringing her hands. Around her, women were squealing and wailing, horses pricked up their ears restlessly, bullocks bellowed and pressed against the carts. Pursing his lips, Mokov stalked past, pale-faced, his belly bobbing up and down like an egg under his waistcoat. Darya saw the Ukrainian with the tattered shirt cut Mikhail Sholokhov down with the shaft. The next moment he himself was sent headlong by one-armed Alexei's iron fist. Scenes from the fight passed before Darya's eyes like scraps of colored rag. Without surprise, she saw Mitka, on his knees, sweep Mokov's legs from under him with the iron bar. Mokov threw out his arms and crawled like a crab to the weighing shed, there to be kicked and trodden underfoot. Darya laughed hysterically. The black arches of her painted brows cracked with her laughter. But she stopped abruptly as she saw Pyotr. Swaying, he had made his way out of the heaving, yelling mob and was lying under a cart, spitting blood. Darya ran to him with a shriek. Cossacks came hurrying from the village with stakes. One of them flourished a crowbar. The fighting was taking on fantastic proportions. It was no mere tavern brawl or shrove-tied fisticuffs between villages. At the door of the weighing shed, a young Ukrainian lay with a broken head in a pool of blood. Bloody strands of hair fell over his face. It looked as though he was departing his pleasant life. Herded together like sheep, the Ukrainians were slowly being driven towards the unloading shed. Things would have taken a bad turn had not an old Ukrainian had an inspiration. Darting into the shed, he pulled a flaming brand out of the furnace and ran towards the shed where the milled grain was stored. 1,000 poods and more of flour. Smoke streamed over his shoulder like muslin, and sparks, daylight dimmed, scattered about. "I'll set it afire!" he screamed, raising the crackling brand towards the thatched roof. The Cossacks wavered and came to a halt. A dry, blustering wind was blowing from the east, carrying the smoke away from the roof of the shed towards the group of Ukrainians. One goodly spark in the dry rush thatch, and the whole village would go up in flames. A low murmur arose from the Cossacks. Some of them began to back away towards the mill, while the Ukrainian, waving the brand above his head and scattering fiery rain, shouted, "I'll burn it! I'll burn it! Out of the yard!" With fresh red-blue bruises on his scarred face, Horseshoe Yakov, the man who had started the fight, was the first to leave the yard. The other Cossacks streamed hurriedly after him. Throwing their sacks hastily onto their wagons, the Ukrainians harnessed their horses. Then, standing up in their wagons, waving the ends of the leather reins around their heads and whipping up their horses frantically, they tore out of the yard and away from the village. One-armed Alexei stood in the middle of the yard, his empty knotted sleeve jerking on his hard, flat belly, his eye and cheek twitching as usual. "To horse, Cossacks! After them! They'll not go far." Mikhail Sholokhov, the worse for wear, made as if to dash out of the yard. A fresh ripple of disturbance passed over the crowd of Cossacks round the mill. But at that moment an unfamiliar figure in a black hat appeared from the engine room and approached the group with hasty steps. His piercing eyes, narrowed into slits, darted over the crowd as he raised his hand and shouted, "Stop!" "Who are you?" Yakov demanded, scowling. "Where'd you spring from? Bash him! Stop, villagers!" "Who are you calling villagers, you bobtail?" "Muzhik, give him one, Yakov! The dirty bumpkin. That's right, black his eyes for him." The man smiled diffidently, but without a sign of fear. He took off his hat and wiped his brow with a gesture of complete simplicity. His smile was utterly disarming. "What's the matter?" he asked, waving his hat at the blood by the door of the weighing shed. "We've been beating up the Kokols," one-eyed Alexei replied peaceably, eye and cheek twitching. "But what for?" "They wanted to go out of turn," Yakov explained, stepping forward and wiping a clot of blood from his nose with a sweep of the arm. "We gave them something to remember us by. Pity we didn't go after them. Nothing to burn in the steppe. We got scared. He wouldn't have dared set fire to it. He'd have done it all right. He was desperate." "Well, the Kokos are a mighty bad-tempered lot," Afonka Ozerov said with a grin. The man waved his hat in Ozerov's direction. "And who are you?" Ozerov spat contemptuously through his widely spaced teeth, and watching the flight of the spittle, planted his feet apart. "I'm Cossack. But you, what are you, a gypsy?" "You and I are both Russians." "You're lying," Afonka declared deliberately. "The Cossacks are descended from the Russians. Do you know that? And I tell you the Cossacks are the sons of Cossacks." "Long ago," the man explained, "serfs ran away from the landowners and settled along the Don. They came to be known as Cossacks.
Go your own way, man, Alexei said with restrained anger, clenching his heavy fist and blinking hard. The swine wants to make muzhiks out of us. Who is he? He's the new fellow living with cross-eyed Lukashka, another explained. But the moment for pursuit of the Ukrainians was past. The Cossacks dispersed, animatedly discussing the fight. That night, in the steppe some 8 versts from the village, as Grigory wrapped himself in his thick, prickly sheepskin, he said wistfully to Natalia, "You're a stranger somehow. You're like that moon. You neither chill a man nor warm him. I don't love you, Natalia. You mustn't be angry. I didn't want to say anything about it, but there it is. We can't go on like this. I'm sorry for you. It looked as if we were coming closer lately, but I can't feel anything in my heart. It's just empty, like the steppe tonight." Natalia stared up at the inaccessible starry pastures, at the shadowy ghost-like cloak of the clouds floating above her, and was silent. From somewhere in the bluish-black wilderness above, a belated flight of cranes called to each other with voices like little silver bells. The withered grass had a sad, dead smell about it. On a hillock flickered the ruddy glow of a plowman's campfire. Grigory awoke just before dawn. A 3-inch layer of snow covered his sheepskin. The steppe was hidden beneath the shimmering, virginal blue of the fresh fall. The clearly marked tracks of a hare that had lost its way on the first snow ran close by the spot where he lay. 6. For many years past, if a Cossack traveled alone along the road to Milerovo and fell in with Ukrainians, the Ukrainian villages began at Lower Yablonovsky and stretched for 75 versts as far as Milerovo, he had been obliged to yield them the road, or they would set about him. So the Cossacks were in the habit of driving to the railway station in groups, and then they were not afraid of falling in with Ukrainians out in the steppe and exchanging invective. "Hey, Kokol, give us the road! Think you can live on the Cossacks' land, you swine, and not let them pass?" The Ukrainians who had to cart their grain to the elevator at Paramonovo on the Don were not to be envied either. Fights would break out without cause, simply because they were Kokols, and once a man was a Kokol, he had to be beaten up. Many centuries ago, a diligent hand had sown the seeds of caste hatred in the Cossack land and cultivated them with care, and the seed had yielded rich fruit. The earth flowed with the blood shed in these brawls between Cossack and newcomer from the Ukraine and Russia. Some 2 weeks after the Battle of the Mill, a district police officer and an inspector arrived in the village. Stockman was the first to be examined. Rummaging in his briefcase, the inspector, a young official from the Cossack nobility, asked him, "Where were you living before you came here?" "At Rostov." "What were you imprisoned for in 1907? Stockman's eyes glided over the inspector's briefcase and his bowed head with its scurfy side parting. "For disturbances." "Where were you working then?" "At the railway workshops." "What as?" "Mechanic." "You're not a Jew, are you? Or a converted one?" "No, I am not interested in what you think. Have you been in exile?" "Yes, I have." The inspector raised his head and bit his clean-shaven, pimply lips. "I advise you to clear out of this district," he said, adding to himself, "and I'll see to it that you do." "Why, Inspector?" The answer was another question. "What did you talk to the Cossacks about on the day of the fight at the mill?" "Well, all right, you can go." Stockman went out on the veranda of Mokov's house. The authorities always made the merchant's house their headquarters, and glanced back at the painted double doors with a shrug. 7. Winter came on slowly. After intercession, the snow melted, and the herds were driven out to pasture again. For a week a south wind blew, warming the earth. A late stunted green gave a last bright gleam in the steppe. The thaw lasted until St. Michael's Day. Then the frost returned, and heavy snow fell, and the vegetable patches by the Don, where the snow had drifted to the top of the fences, were crisscrossed with the marks of hares' feet. The streets were deserted. The smoke of dung fuel hung low over the village, and rooks pecked about on the heaps of ash scattered by the roadside. The smooth sledge track wound in a faded gray-blue ribbon through the village. A village assembly was to be held to arrange for the allotment and cutting of brushwood. The Cossacks crowded round the steps of the village administration in their sheepskins and greatcoats until the cold drove them inside. Behind a table, beside the ataman and clerk, the respected village elders with their silvery beards were gathered. The younger Cossacks, with beards of various colors, and those with no beard at all, stood around in groups and muttered to one another out of the warmth of their coat collars. The clerk covered sheet after sheet of paper with close writing, while the ataman watched over his shoulder, and a restrained hum filled the chilly room. The hay this year, aye, the meadow hay is good, but the steppe hay is all clover. In the old days they'd be grazing in the steppe till Christmas. Well, that was all right for the kalmyks. A throaty cough. The ataman's getting a neck like a wolf's on him, so fat he can't turn his head. Fed himself up like a pig, the devil. Hello, Grandpa, trying to scare the winter away? What a sheepskin you've got on. Time for the gypsy to sell his coat soon. Did you hear of the gypsy lad who spent the night in the steppe and hadn't anything to cover himself with except a fishing net? When the cold started creeping round his guts, he wakes up, pushes his finger through a loop in the net, and says to his mother, "So that's where the draft's coming from. I thought it was chilly." I fear we'll have some slippery days soon. Better get the oxen shod. I've been cutting the willows down in Devil's Gully. Good stuff there. Button your fly, Zakar. If you get frostbite, your woman'll turn you out of the house. What's this I hear about you taking over one of the common bulls of Deitch? I've decided not to. That Parasha woman's going to take care of it. I'm a widow, she says. The more the merrier. All right, I says. It may give you an addition to the family. Oh, now, elders, what about the woodcutting? Quiet there. Yes, I says. If you get an addition, you'll need a godfather. A little quieter, please. The meeting began. Toying with his rod of office, the ataman called out the names, plucking icicles out of his beard with his little finger. Now and then the door slammed at the back of the room, and people squeezed in amid clouds of cold air. You can't fix the wood-cutting for Thursday, Ivan Tomilin attempted to shout down the ataman and rubbed his purple ears, cocking his head in its blue artillery cap on one side. Why not? You'll rub your ears off, Gunner, somebody called out. We'll sew on a pair of bull's ears for him. On Thursday, half the village will be going out to bring in hay. A fine way to arrange things. You can leave that till Sunday. Elders! What now? Good luck to him! A howl of derision arose from the assembly. Old Matvei Kashulin leaned across the rickety table and, pointing his smooth ash stick at Tomilin, croaked furiously, The hay can wait. It's for the community to say. You're always agin everybody else. You're a young fool, my lad, and that's that. You've got no brains to boast about anyway, one-armed Alexei joined in, his disfigured cheek twitching. For 6 years he had been quarreling with old Kashulin over a strip of land. Alexei beat up the old man every spring, although the strip that Kashulin had grabbed was not big enough to swing a cat in anyway. Shut up, jellyface! Pity you're out of my reach or I'd bloody your nose for you, Alexei threatened. Why, you one-armed twitcher! Now then, enough of this bickering. Go outside if you want to try your strength. Chuck it, Alexei. Look how the old fellow's bristling up. He'll lose his hat in a minute. Put him in the cooler if they won't behave. The table groaned as the ataman brought his heavy fist down on it with a crash. I'll call the watchman in a moment if there isn't silence. When order was restored, he added, Wood-cutting will begin on Thursday at dawn. Well, what do you say, elders? Good luck to it. God grant it. They don't listen much to the old folk nowadays. They'll listen all right. Do they think they can do what they like? My Alexander, when I gave him his portion, he wanted to start a fight over it. Laid hands on me, he did. I put him in his place, though. I'll go to the ataman this minute, I says, and have you thrashed. That cooled him off all right. And one other thing, elders. I've received an order from the district ataman. The village ataman raised his voice and twisted his neck. The stiff collar of his uniform was cutting into his chin. Next Saturday, the youngsters are to go to be sworn in at the district ataman's office. They are to be there by the afternoon. Panteley Prokofyevich was standing by the window nearest the door, holding up his lame leg like a crane. At his side, Miron Grigorievich was sitting on the windowsill, smiling into his ruddy beard. His short, fair eyelashes were fluffed with hoarfrost. His big brown freckles had turned gray in the cold. The younger Cossacks were crowded close by, winking and smiling at one another. In the middle of their group, his blue-topped guardsman's cap thrust back on his smooth, bald head, his unaging face everlastingly blushing like a ruddy winter apple, stood Avdeich Sinilin. Avdeich had served in the Ataman's lifeguards and had come back with the nickname Braggart. He had been one of the first in the village to be assigned to the Ataman's regiment. He had always been a little queer in the head, but on active service, something very strange had happened to him. From the very first day of his return, he had begun to tell astonishing stories of service at the court and his extraordinary adventures in St. Petersburg. His astounded listeners at first believed him, drinking it all in with gaping mouths. But then they discovered that Avdeich was the biggest liar the village had ever produced, and they openly laughed at him. But he was not to be abashed, although he was always so red in the face you could never tell if he was blushing, and did not give up his lying. As he grew older, he began to get annoyed when caught out in a lie, and would resort to his fists. But if his listeners only laughed and said nothing, he grew more and more expansive in his storytelling. As far as his farming was concerned, he was a practical and hard-working Cossack. In everything he acted sensibly, sometimes cunningly. But when the subject turned to his service in the lifeguards, everyone simply threw up their hands and doubled up with laughter. Avdeich stood in the middle of the room, rocking on his heels. Glancing round the assembled Cossacks, he observed in his ponderous bass voice, "Speaking of service, these days the Cossacks aren't all what they were. They're just shrimps, no size at all. You could crack any one of them in half just by sneezing at him. But," and he smiled contemptuously, "I saw some Cossack skeletons once. Ah, they were Cossacks in those days." "Where did you dig the skeletons up, Avdeich?" smooth-faced Anikushka asked, nudging his neighbor. "Don't start telling any of your lies, Avdeich, with the holy day so near," Panteley said, wrinkling up his nose and tugging his earring. He did not like Avdeich's bragging habits. "It isn't in my nature to lie, brother," Avdeich replied firmly, and stared in astonishment at Anikushka, who was shaking as though with fever. "I saw these skeletons when we were building a house for my brother-in-law. As we were digging the foundation, we came to a grave. So down here by the Don, next the church, there must have been a cemetery in the old days." "Well, what about the skeletons?" Panteley asked impatiently, getting ready to go. "Arms that long," Avdeich said, extending both his rake-like arms. "Head as big as a cauldron, true as I live." "You'd better tell the youngsters how you caught a robber in St. Petersburg," Miron suggested as he rose from the windowsill. "There's nothing really to tell," Avdeich replied, affected by a sudden attack of modesty. Tell us, Avdeich." "Well, it was like this." Avdeich cleared his throat and drew his tobacco pouch out of his trouser pocket. He replaced the 2 copper coins that had dropped out of the pouch, poured a pinch of tobacco onto his palm, and ran a beaming eye over his audience. "Some villain had escaped from prison. They looked for him all over the place, but do you think they could find him? They just couldn't. All the authorities were beaten. Well, one night the officer of the guard calls me to him. 'Go into the Imperial Palace,' he says. 'His Imperial Majesty wants to see you.' So in I went. I stood to attention, but he claps me on the shoulder and says, 'Listen,' he says, 'Ivan Avdeich, the biggest villain in our kingdom has done a bunk. Find him, even if you have to stand on your head to do it. And don't let me see you till you have.' 'Very good, Your Imperial Majesty,' I says. Yes, lads, that was a facer. So I took 3 of the best horses in the Tsar's stables and set out." Lighting a cigarette, Avdeich surveyed the bowed heads of his listeners, and, warming to his subject, boomed out of the cloud of smoke enveloping his face. "I rode all day and I rode all night, until on the 3rd day I came up with the villain near Moscow.
I clapped the bird into my coach and hauled him back to St. Petersburg. I arrived at midnight all covered with mud and went straight to His Imperial Majesty himself. All sorts of counts and princes tried to stop me, but in I marched. Well, I knocks at the door. 'May I come in, Your Imperial Majesty?' 'Who is it?' 'It's me,' I says, 'Ivan Avdeich Sinilin.' I heard a noise in the room, and heard His Majesty himself cried out, 'Marya Fyodorovna, Marya Fyodorovna, get up quick and get a samovar going. Ivan Avdeich has arrived.' There was a roar of laughter from the Cossacks at the back of the crowd. The clerk, who had been reading a notice about stray cattle, stopped in the middle of a sentence, and the ataman stretched out his neck like a goose and stared hard at the guffawing crowd. Avdeich's face clouded, and his eyes wandered uncertainly over the faces before him. 'Wait a bit! Oh, he'll be the death of us! Get a samovar going! Avdeich has arrived! The assembly began to break up. A constant, steady creaking rose from the frozen steps of the administration house. On the trampled snow outside, Stepan Astakov and a tall, long-shanked Cossack, the owner of the windmill, were wrestling to get themselves warm. The Cossacks gathered round, shouting advice. 'Throw him, the heathen! Knock the stuffing out of him, Stepan! Don't grab him there! Think you're clever?' old Kashulin shouted, hopping about like a sparrow. And in his excitement he failed to notice a large, bright dewdrop hanging shyly from the tip of his bluish nose. 8. When Panteley returned from the meeting, he went at once to the room which he and his wife occupied. Ilyinichna had been unwell for some days, and her puffy face reflected her weariness and pain. She lay propped up high on a plump feather bed with a pillow at her back. At the sound of Panteley's footsteps, she turned her head. Her eyes rested on his breath-dampened beard and matted whiskers with the look of severity that had become a habit with her, and her nostrils twitched. But the old man smelled only of frost and sour sheepskin. Sober today, she thought, and contentedly laid down her knitting needles. 'Well, what about the wood-cutting?' 'They've decided to begin on Thursday.' Panteley stroked his mustache. 'Thursday morning,' he added, sitting down on a chest at the side of the bed. 'Well, feeling any better?' 'Just the same. Shooting pains in all my joints.' 'I told you not to go into the water, you fool. And in autumn, too. You knew what would happen,' Panteley fumed, tracing broad circles on the floor with his stick. 'There were plenty of other women to wet that hemp. Curse the stuff. Curse it all.' 'I couldn't let the hemp be wasted. There weren't any women. Grisha was out plowing with his. Pyotr and Darya had gone off somewhere.' The old man blew into his cupped hands and bent towards the bed. 'And how's Natalia?' There was a note of anxiety in Ilyinichna's voice as she replied, 'I don't know what to do. She was crying again the other day. I went out in the yard and found someone had left the barn door wide open. I went up to shut it, and there she was standing by the millet bin. I asked her what was the matter, but she said she only had a headache. I can't get the truth out of her.' 'Maybe she's poorly.' 'I don't think so. Either someone's given her the evil eye, or else it's Grisha. He hasn't taken up again with that woman by any chance.' 'Goodness, no! What a thing to say!' Ilyinichna exclaimed in alarm. 'What do you take Stepan for, a fool?' 'No, I haven't heard anything.' Panteley sat with his wife a little longer, then went out. Grigory was in his room sharpening fishing hooks with a file. Natalia was smearing them with lard and carefully wrapping each in a separate rag. As Panteley limped by, he stared at her inquisitively. Her sallow cheeks were flushed like an autumn leaf. She had grown noticeably thinner during the past month, and there was a new, wretched look in her eyes. The old man paused at the door. 'He's killing the girl,' he thought, as he glanced back at Natalia's smooth head bowed over the bench. Grigory sat near the window. His black-tousled forelock jerked with every stroke of the file. 'Drop that, devil take you!' the old man shouted, turning livid in a sudden frenzy. Grigory looked up startled. 'I've got 2 more points to sharpen, Dad.' 'Drop it, I tell you. Get ready for the wood-cutting.' 'The sledges aren't ready at all, and you sit there sharpening hooks,' he added more quietly, and lingered at the door, evidently wanting to say something else. But he went out.
Grigory heard him giving vent to the rest of his anger on Pyotr. As Grigory pulled on his coat, he heard his father shouting in the yard, "Haven't you watered the cattle yet, you young lounger? And who's been meddling with that stack by the fence? Didn't I say it wasn't to be touched? You'll use up all the best hay, damn you. Then what will you feed the bullocks on in spring?" A good 2 hours before dawn on Thursday, Ilyinichna woke Darya. "Get up. Time to light the fire." Darya ran in her shift to the stove, found some matches, and struck a light. "Get a move on," Pyotr nagged his wife, coughing as he lit a cigarette. "They don't go and wake that Natalia up. Am I to tear myself in two?" Darya grumbled crossly, still only half awake. "Go and wake her up yourself," Pyotr advised her. But the advice was unnecessary, for Natalia was already up. Pulling on her blouse, she went out to get fuel for the fire. "Fetch some kindling," her sister-in-law commanded. "Tell Dunya to fetch the water, Darya, do you hear?" Ilyinichna called hoarsely, moving about the kitchen with difficulty. The kitchen smelled of fresh hops, harness, and the warmth of human bodies. Darya shuffled about in her felt boots, rattling the pots. Under her pink shift, her small breasts quivered. Married life had not soured or withered her. Tall and slender, supple as a willow switch, she looked like a girl. She walked with a twisting movement of the shoulders. She laughed at the shouts of her husband. A firm row of small, close-set teeth showed under the fine rim of her shrewish lips. "You ought to have brought some fuel bricks in overnight. They would have dried in the stove," Ilyinichna grumbled. "I forgot, Mother. It can't be helped," Darya answered. Dawn broke before the meal was ready. Panteley hurried over his breakfast, blowing on the thin porridge. Grigory ate slowly and moodily, his jaw muscles working up and down, and Pyotr, unnoticed by his father, amused himself with teasing Dunya, who was suffering with toothache and had her face bound up. The sound of sledge runners was heard from the street. Bullock sledges were moving down to the river in the grey dawn. Grigory and Pyotr went out to harness their sledges. As he went, Grigory wound a soft scarf, his wife's gift, around his neck, and gulped in the dry, frosty air. A raven flew overhead with a full, throaty cry. The swish of its slowly flapping wings could be heard distinctly in the frosty stillness. Pyotr watched its flight and remarked, "Flying south to the warm." Behind a rosy little cloud, as gay as a girlish smile, a tiny slip of moon gleamed dimly. The smoke from the chimneys rose in columns, reaching towards the inaccessibly distant, golden-pointed blade of the waning moon. The river was not quite frozen over opposite the Melekovs' house. Along the edges of the stream the ice was firm and green under drifts of snow, but beyond the middle, where springs flowed from the black bank, a gap in the ice yawned somber and menacing out of the corroded whiteness. The water was freckled with the wild duck that were wintering there. Panteley drove off first with the old bullocks, leaving his sons to follow later. On the slope down to the river crossing, Pyotr and Grigory caught up with Anikushka. With a new axe handle sticking out of his sledge, and wearing a broad green sash, he was walking at the side of his bullocks, while his wife, a stunted, sickly woman, held the reins. "Hello, neighbor. Surely you're not taking your woman with you?" Pyotr shouted to him. Anikushka, hopping up and down to keep warm, grinned and went over to the brothers. "Yes, I am. To keep me warm. You'll get no warmth from her, she's too lean. That's true. And I feed her with oats, but still she doesn't fatten." "Shall we be cutting in the same strip?" Grigory asked, jumping off the sledge. "Yes, if you'll give me a smoke." "You've always been a scrounger, Anikushka." "The sweetest things in life are begged and stolen." Anikushka chuckled, wrinkling his hairless womanish face in a smile. The three drove on together. The forest was laced with rime, and of a virgin whiteness. Anikushka rode in front, lashing his whip against the branches overhead. The needle-sharp snow crystals showered down on his wife. "Don't play about, you devil," she shouted at him as she shook the snow off. "Drop her into the snow head first," Pyotr advised, trying to get his whip under the bullock's belly to speed its pace. At a turn of the road they met Stepan Astakov, driving 2 yoked bullocks back towards the village. The leather soles of his felt boots squeaked on the snow as he strode along. His curly forelock hung below his fur cap like a bunch of white grapes. "Hey, Stepan, lost your way?" Anikushka shouted as he passed. "Lost my way, be damned. We swung over and the sledge snapped its runner on a stump, so I've got to go back." Stepan cursed obscenely, and his fierce light eyes narrowed insolently as he passed Pyotr. "Left your sledge behind?" Anikushka asked, turning around. Ignoring the remark, Stepan cracked his whip at the bullocks that were heading away from the track and gave Grigory a long, hard stare as he passed on. A little farther on, the group came to a sledge abandoned in the middle of the road. Aksinia was standing by it. Holding down the edge of her sheepskin with her left hand, she was gazing along the road in their direction. "Out of the way, or I'll run you over." "Oh, you're the wife for me," Anikushka roared. Aksinia stepped aside with a smile and sat down on the overturned sledge. "You've got your own wife with you." "Yes, she sticks to me like a burr on a pig's tail. Otherwise, I'd give you a lift."
"Thank you kindly."
As Pyotr came up to her, he gave a quick glance back at Grigory. Grigory was smiling uncertainly, anxiety and expectation expressed in all his movements. "Good health to you, neighbor," Pyotr greeted her, touching his cap with his mitten.
"Praise be."
"What, sledge broken?" Pyotr asked.
"Yes, it is,"
she replied slowly without looking at Pyotr, and rising to her feet, turned towards Grigory.
"Grigory Panteleevich, I'd like a word with you,"
she said as he came up. Asking Pyotr to look after his bullocks for a moment, Grigory turned to her. Pyotr laughed suggestively and drove on. The two stood silently regarding each other. Aksinia glanced cautiously around, then turned her liquid black eyes again to Grigory's face. Shame and joy flamed in her cheeks and dried her lips. Her breath came in sharp gasps. At a turn in the road, Anikushka and Pyotr disappeared behind the brown oak trunks. Grigory looked straight into Aksinia's eyes and saw in them a spark of stubborn recklessness.
"Well, Grisha, do as you please, but I can't live without you," she said firmly,
and pressed her lips together, waiting for his answer. Grigory made no reply. The forest was locked in silence. A glassy emptiness rang in his ears. The surface of the road polished smooth by sledge runners. The gray rag of sky, the forest, dumb, deathly drowsy. A sudden cry of a raven nearby seemed to rouse Grigory from his momentary lethargy. He raised his head and watched the bird winging away in silent flight. He was surprised when he heard himself say, "It's going to be warm. He's making for the warm." He seemed to shake himself and laughed hoarsely. "Well," he turned his intoxicated eyes furtively on Aksinia and suddenly snatched her to him. 9. During the winter evenings, a little group of villagers gathered in Stockman's room at Lukashka's house. There were Kristonia and Knave from the mill, a greasy jacket draped over his shoulders, the ever-smiling David, now 3 months a loafer, the engine-man, Ivan Alexeyevich Kotlyarov, sometimes Filka the cobbler, and always Misha Koshevoy, a young Cossack who had not yet done his regular army service. At first the group played cards. Then Stockman casually brought out a book of Nekrasov's poetry. They began to read the volume aloud and liked it. Then they went on to Nikitin, and about Christmas time, Stockman suggested the reading of a dog-eared, unbound booklet. Koshevoy, who had been to the church school and could read aloud, glanced contemptuously at the greasy pages. "You could make noodles of it, it's so greasy," he said in disgust. Kristonia roared with laughter. David smiled dazzlingly, but Stockman waited for the merriment to die away, and then said, "Read it, Misha. It's interesting. It's all about the Cossacks." Bending his head over the table, Koshevoy spelt out laboriously, "A short history of the Don Cossacks," and then glanced around expectantly. "Read it," Kodyarov said. They labored through the book for 3 evenings, reading about the free life of the past, about Pugachov, Stenka Razin, and Kondraty Bulavin. Finally they came down to recent times. The unknown author poured scorn on the Cossacks' miserable existence, scoffed at the authorities and the system, the Tsar's government, and the Cossackry itself, which had hired itself out to the monarchs as their henchmen.
The listeners grew excited and began to quarrel among themselves. Kristonia, his head touching the roof beam, spoke up in his booming voice. Stockman sat at the door smoking a pipe, his eyes smiling. "He's right. It's all true," Kristonia burst out. "It's not our fault such shame was brought upon the Cossacks." Koshevoy spread his arms in perplexity and puckered up his handsome face. He was thick-set, broad in the shoulders and hips, almost square. From the cast-iron foundation of his body rose a firm, brick-red neck on which his small, gracefully set head looked strange, with its effeminately soft cheeks, small, obstinate mouth, and dark eyes under the golden slab of curly hair. The engine-man, Kotlярov, a tall, thin Cossack, was steeped to the bone in Cossack traditions, and his round, protruding eyes flashed as he vigorously defended the Cossacks. "You're a muzhik, Kristonia. You've only got a drop of Cossack blood in you to a bucket full of water. Your mother was mated with a muzhik from Voronezh." You're a fool, brother," Kristonia boomed. "I stand for the truth." "I wasn't in the lifeguards," Kotlярov said slyly. "They're all fools there. There are some pretty hopeless cases in the rest of the army, too. Shut up, muzhik. And aren't the muzhiks just as much men as you? They're muzhiks. They're made of bast and stuffed with brushwood. When I was serving in Petersburg, brother, I saw many things," Kristonia said, his southern accent coming out strongly. "Once it happened that we were on guard at the Tsar's palace, inside and outside. We used to ride round the walls on horseback, to this way and to that. When we met, we used to ask, 'All quiet, no disorders anywhere?' and then we'd ride on. We weren't allowed to stop and talk, and they chose us for our looks. When we had to take our turn on guard at the doors, they'd choose each pair so as they should be alike in their faces and their figures. Once the barber even had to dye my beard because of this stupidity. I had to take a turn at guard with a Cossack in our squadron with hair that was a kind of bay color. Plagued if I know how he got like that. Must have been scorched by a fire or something. They searched all through the regiment, and there wasn't another like him, so the troop commander sent me to the barber to have my beard dyed. And when I looked in the glass afterwards, my heart almost broke. I looked as if I was on fire. Honestly, I did. Made my fingers sizzle to touch the thing. Now he's off, the old windbag. But what were we talking about? Kotlярov interrupted him. About the people. Well, tell us about them. What the blithering hell do we want to hear about your beard for? Well, as I was saying, I once had to take a turn on guard outside. We were riding along, me and my comrade, when a mob of students came running round the corner. Thick as flies they were. As soon as they saw us, they roared, "Ha!" and then again, "Ha!" and before we knew where we were, they had surrounded us. "What are you riding about for, Cossacks?" they asked, and I said, "We're keeping guard, and you let go those reins, young fella," and clapped my hands on my sword. Don't get me wrong, Cossack, I'm from Kamienskaya district myself, and I'm studying in the University or the University or whatever you call it, one said. We make to ride on, and one fellow with a big nose pulls out a 10-ruble piece and says, "Drink to the health of my dead father." And then he pulls a picture out of his pocket. "Look, that's my father," he says. "Take it as a keepsake." Well, we took it. We couldn't refuse. And they went off again. Just then, a lieutenant comes riding out of the back gates of the palace with a troop of men. "What's happened?" he shouts, and I tell him students had come and begun talking to us, and we had wanted to saber them according to instructions, but as they had set us free, we had ridden off. When we went off duty later, we told the corporal we'd earned 10 rubles and wanted to drink them to the memory of the old man, showing him the picture. In the evening, the corporal brought some vodka, and we had a good time for a couple of days. But afterwards we found out what the trick was. It turned out that this student, the young bastard, had given us a picture of the biggest troublemaker in Germany. I had hung it over my bed. He had a gray beard and looked a decent sort of chap. But the lieutenant saw it and asked, "Where did you get that picture from, you son of a gun?" So I told him, and he began swearing at me and punching me in the face. "Do you know who that is? He's their ataman, Karl... Drat it, I've forgotten his name. Now, what was it?" "Karl Marx?" Stockman suggested with a broad smile. "That's it, Karl Marx!" Kristonia exclaimed joyfully. "He got me into trouble, all right. Why, sometimes the Tsarevich Alexei and his tutors used to come into the guardroom. They might have seen it. What would have happened then? And you keep praising the muzhiks. What a trick they played on you," Kotlyarov chuckled. "But we drank the 10 rubles. It was the bearded Karl we drank to, but we drank all the same." "He deserves to be drunk too," Stockman smiled, playing with his cigarette holder. "Why, what good did he do?" Koshevoy queried. "I'll tell you another time. It's getting late now." Stockman held the holder between his fingers and ejected the dead cigarette end with a slap from the other hand. After long sifting and testing, a little group of 10 Cossacks began to meet regularly in Stockman's workshop. Stockman was the heart and soul of the group, and he worked straight towards a goal that only he fully understood. He ate into the simple understandings and conceptions like a worm into wood, instilling repugnance and hatred towards the existing system. At first he found himself confronted with the cold steel of distrust, but he was not to be repulsed. Even that could be worn away. 10. On the sandy slope of the left bank of the Don lies Vyeshenskaya Stanitsa, the most ancient stanitsa of the Upper Don. Originally called Chigonaki, it was moved to a new site after being sacked during the reign of Peter I and renamed Vyeshenskaya. It was formerly an important link along the great waterway from Voronezh to Azov. Opposite Vyeshenskaya, the Don bends like a Tatar bow, turns sharply to the right, and by the little village of Baski, majestically straightens again, carries its greenish-blue waters over the chalky base of the hills on the west bank, then with thickly clustered villages on the right and occasional stanitsas on the left, down to the sea, to the blue sea of Azov. At Ust-Koperskaya, it joins with its tributary the Koper, and at Ust-Medveditskaya with the Medveditsa, and then it flows on, deep and full-watered, amid a riotous growth of populous villages and stanitsas. The stanitsa of Vyeshenskaya stands among yellow sand drifts. It is a bald, cheerless place without orchards. In the square stands an old church, gray with age, and 6 streets run out of the square in lines parallel with the river. Where the Don bends towards Baski, a lake, about as wide as the Don in the dry season, branches off into a thicket of poplars. The far end of Vyeshenskaya slopes down to this lake, and in a smaller square, overgrown with golden prickly thorn, is a second church with green cupolas and green roof, matching the green of the poplars on the other side of the lake. Beyond the village to the north stretches a saffron waste of sands, a stunted pine plantation, and creeks whose water is pink from the red clay soil. Here and there in the sandy wilderness are rare oases of villages, meadowland, and a rusty scrub of willows. One Sunday in December, a dense crowd of 500 young Cossacks from all the villages in the district was assembled in the square outside the old church. Mass ended. The senior sergeant, a gallant old Cossack with long service decorations, gave an order, and the youngsters drew up in 2 long straggling ranks. Sergeants rushed to and fro to get them dressed off. "Ranks!" the sergeant boomed, and making a vague gesture with his hand, snapped, "Form 4s!" The ataman entered the churchyard, dressed according to form and wearing a new officer's greatcoat, his spurs jingling, and followed by the military policeman. Grigory Melekov, who was standing next to Mitka Korshunov, heard him whisper, "My boot pinches like hell." "Stick it out. They'll make you an ataman." "We'll be going inside soon." As if to confirm this, the senior sergeant fell back a pace or 2, turned sharply on his heels, and shouted, "Right turn, forward, march!" The column filed through the wide-open gate, and the church dome rang with the sound of tramping feet. Grigory paid no attention to the words of the oath of allegiance being read by the priest. By his side stood Mitka Korshunov, his face contorted with the pain of his tight new boots. Grigory's upraised arm grew numb. An aching jumble of thoughts was running through his mind. As he came up to the crucifix and kissed the silver,
damp with the moisture of many lips. He thought of Aksinia and of his wife. With the suddenness of a flash of forked lightning, he had a vision of the forest, its brown trunks and branches fluffed with white down, and the humid gleam of Aksinia's black eyes under her kerchief. When the ceremony was ended, they were marched out into the square and were again drawn up in ranks. Blowing his nose and stealthily wiping his fingers on the lining of his coat, the sergeant addressed them. "You're not boys any longer now. You're Cossacks. You've taken the oath, and you ought to understand what's what. You've grown up into Cossacks, and you've got to guard your honor, obey your fathers and mothers, and all the rest of it. You were boys once. You had your fun and games. You used to play tip-cat in the road, I expect. But now you must think about your future service. In a year's time, they'll be calling you up into the army." Here the sergeant blew his nose again, shook his hand clean, and drawing on his rabbits-down gloves, ended, "And your fathers and mothers must think about getting you your equipment. They must fit you out with an army horse and, in general. And now, home you go, and God be with you, my lads." Grigori and Mitka joined up with the rest of the lads from their village, and they set off together for home. They walked back along the Don. The smoke of cottage stoves hung in wisps over the village of Baski, and bells were ringing faintly. Mitka limped along behind the others, leaning on a knotty stake that he had broken out of a fence. "Take your boot off," one of the lads advised. "I'll get my foot frostbitten," Mitka replied hesitantly. "You can keep your sock on." Mitka sat down on the snow and tugged off his boot. Then he walked on, stepping heavily on his stockinged foot. The thick-knitted stocking made a sharp imprint in the crisp snow. "What road shall we take?" the stumpy, shock-headed Alexei Beshniak asked. "Along the Don," Grigori answered for them all. They walked on, talking and jostling one another off the road. Each of them was pulled over by the others, who piled on top of him. Between Baski and Gromkovsky, Mitka was the first to spot a wolf crossing the Don. "Look, lads, there's a wolf!" The young Cossacks started shouting and catcalling, and the wolf loped off, then halted, standing sideways, not far from the opposite bank. "Catch him! Yeah! It's you he's looking at, Mitka, walking in your sock. What a fat neck he's got! Look, there he goes!" The gray form stood stiffly for a moment as though carved out of granite, then took a hurried leap and slunk away into the willows girding the bank. It was dusk when they reached the village. Grigori made his way along the ice to the path that led up to his home. A disused sledge stood in the yard. In a heap of brushwood piled near the fence, the sparrows were twittering. He felt the smell of habitation, of charred soot, and the steamy odor of the stables. Grigori went up the steps of the house and glanced in at the window. The hanging lamp shed a dim yellow glow through the room. Pyotr was standing in its light with his back to the window. Grigori brushed the snow off his boots with a besom at the door and entered the kitchen amid a flurry of steam. "Well, I'm back. You've been quick. You got frozen, I expect," Pyotr replied in an anxious and hurried tone. Panteley was sitting with his head bowed in his hands, his elbows on his knees. Darya was spinning at the droning spinning wheel. Natalia was standing at the table with her back to Grigori and did not turn around on his entry. Glancing hastily around the kitchen, Grigori rested his eyes on Pyotr. His brother's agitatedly expectant face told him that something was amiss. "Taken the oath?" "Uh-huh." Grigori took off his outdoor clothes, slowly, playing for time, and turning over in his mind all the possibilities which might have led to this chilly and silent welcome. Ilyinichna came out of the best room, her face expressing her agitation. "It's Natalia," Grigori thought as he sat down on the bench beside his father. "Get him some supper," his mother said to Darya, indicating Grigori with her eyes. Darya stopped in the middle of her spinning song and went to the stove, her girlish figure swaying from the waist. The kitchen was engulfed in a silence broken only by the heavy breathing of a goat and its newly born kid. As Grigori sipped his soup, he glanced at Natalia, but he could not see her face. She was sitting sideways to him, her head bent over her knitting needles. Panteley was the first to be provoked into speech by the general silence. Coughing artificially, he said, Natalia is talking about going back to her parents. Grigory pressed some breadcrumbs into a ball and said nothing. And why is that? His father asked, his lower lip quivering, the first sign of a coming outburst of frenzy. I don't know, Grigory replied as he rose and crossed himself. But I know, his father raised his voice. Don't shout, Ilyinichna interposed. Yes, there's no cause for shouting. Pyotr moved from the window to the middle of the room. It's up to her. If she wants to stay, she can stay. If she doesn't, well, God be with her. I'm not blaming her. Of course, it's a disgrace and a sin before God to leave your husband, but I don't blame her. It's not her fault. But that son of a bitch's. Panteley pointed to Grigory, who was warming himself at the stove. What have I done wrong? Grigory asked. You don't know? You don't know, you devil? No, I don't. Panteley jumped up, overturning the bench, and went close up to Grigory. Natalia dropped her stocking, and the needles clattered to the floor. At the sound, a kitten jumped down from the stove, and, with its head on one side and paw curved, began to pat the ball of wool towards the chest. What I say to you is this, the old man began slowly and deliberately. If you won't live with Natalia, you can clear out of this house and go wherever your feet will carry you. That's what I say to you. Go where your feet will carry you, he repeated in a calm voice, and turned and picked up the bench. Dunya sat on the bed, her round, frightened eyes darting from one to the other. I don't say this in anger, Dad. Grigory's voice was jarringly hollow. I didn't marry of my own choice. It was you who married me off. As for Natalia, I'm not stopping her. She can go to her father if she wants to. You clear out yourself. I will. Go to the devil. I'm going. Don't be in a hurry. Grigory reached for the sleeve of his short fur coat lying on the bed, his nostrils dilated, his whole body quivering with a boiling anger that was just like his father's. The same mingled Turkish and Cossack blood flowed in their veins, and at that moment their resemblance to each other was extraordinary. Where are you going? Ilyinichna groaned, seizing Grigory's arm, but he pushed her away forcibly and snatched up his fur cap. Let him go, the sinful swine. Let him go, curse him. Go on, go, clear out, the old man thundered, throwing the door wide open. Grigory ran out onto the steps, and the last sound he heard was Natalia's loud, uncontrollable weeping. The frosty night held the village in its grip. Prickly snow was falling from the black sky. The cracking of the ice on the Don resounded like cannon shots. Grigory ran panting out of the gate. At the far end of the village, dogs were barking discordantly, and yellow points of light shone through the frosty haze. He walked aimlessly down the street. The blackness of the Astakovs' windows gleamed with the brilliance of a diamond. Grisha! He heard Natalia's yearning cry from the gate. You go to hell. Grigory grated his teeth and hastened his steps. Grisha, come back! He stumbled drunkenly into the first cross lane, and for the last time heard her distant, anguished cry, Grisha, darling! He swiftly crossed the square and stopped at a fork in the road, wondering where to spend the night. He decided on Misha Koshevoy. Misha lived with his mother, sister, and 2 little brothers in a lonely, straw-thatched house right by the hill. Grigory entered their yard and knocked at the tiny window. Who is it? Is Misha there? Yes. Who is it wants him? It's me, Grigory Melekov. After a moment, Misha, awakened from his first sleep, opened the door. You, Grisha? Me? What do you want at this time of night? Let me in. We'll talk inside. In the passage, Grigory gripped Misha's elbow, and cursing himself for being unable to find the right words, whispered, I want to spend the night with you. I've fallen out with my people. Have you got room for me? Anywhere will do. We'll fix you up somewhere. What's the row about? I'll tell you later. Where's the door here? I can't see it. They made Grigory a bed on the bench. He lay thinking, his head tucked under his sheepskin so as not to hear the whispering of Misha's mother, who slept in the same bed as her daughter. What was happening at home now, he wondered. Would Natalia go back to her father or not? Well, life had taken a new turn. Where should he go? And the answer came swiftly. He would send for Aksinia tomorrow and go with her to the Kuban, far away from here, far, far away. Rolling steppe land, villages, stanitsas, unknown, unloved, floated before Grigori's closed eyes. And beyond the rolling hills, beyond the long gray road, lay a welcoming land of blue skies, a fairy tale land with Aksinia's love in all its rebellious late-flowering strength to make it the more attractive. His sleep was troubled by the approaching unknown. Before he finally dozed off, he tried hard to recall what it was that oppressed him. In his drowsy state, his thoughts would flow easily and smoothly, like a boat going downstream. Then suddenly they would come up against something, as though the boat had struck a sandbank. He wrestled with the baffling obstacle. What was it that lay in his path? In the morning he awoke, and at once remembered what it was, his army service. How could he go away with Aksinia? In the spring there was the training camp, and in the autumn the army draft. He had some breakfast and called Misha out into the passage. "Misha, go to the Astakovs for me, will you?" he said. "Tell Aksinia to come to the windmill this evening after dark." "But what about Stepan?" Misha said hesitantly. "Say you've come on some business or other." "All right, I'll go." "Tell her to be sure to come." "Oh, all right." In the evening, Grigori went to the mill and sat there smoking, hiding the cigarette in his cuff. Beyond the mill, the wind was stumbling over withered maize stalks. A scrap of torn canvas flapped on the chained and motionless sail. It sounded like a great bird flapping around the mill, unable to fly away. Aksinia did not appear. The sun had set in the west, and a fading gilded lilac. From the east, the wind began to blow freshly. Darkness was overtaking the moon, stranded among the willows. Above the windmill, the ruddy blue-streaked sky was deathly dark. The last sounds of busy day hovered over the village. He smoked 3 cigarettes in succession, thrust the last end into the trodden snow, and gazed round in anxious irritation. Half-thought cart tracks from the mill to the village showed darkly in the snow. There was no one in sight. He rose, stretched himself, and moved towards the light twinkling invitingly in Misha's window. He was approaching the yard, whistling through his teeth, when he stumbled into Aksinia. She had evidently been running. She was out of breath, and the faint scent of the winter wind, or perhaps of fresh steppe hay, came from her fresh, cold mouth. "I waited and waited. I thought you weren't coming. I had to get rid of Stepan." "You've made me frozen, you wretch." "I'm hot. I'll warm you." She flung open her wool-lined coat and wrapped herself round Grigori like hops round an oak. "Why did you send for me?" "Take your arms away. Somebody may pass." "You haven't quarreled with your people, have you?" "I've left them. I spent the night with Misha. I'm a homeless dog now." "What will you do now?" Aksinia relaxed the grip of her arms and drew her coat tight with a shiver. "Let's go over to the fence, Grisha. We can't stand here in the middle of the road." They turned off the road, and Grigori, sweeping away the drift snow, leaned against the frosty, crackling wattle fence. "You don't know whether Natalia has gone home, do you?" "I don't. She'll go, I expect. How can she stay here?" Grigori slipped Aksinia's frozen hand up the sleeve of his coat, and squeezing her slender wrist, he said, "And what about us?" "I don't know, dear. Whatever you think best." "Will you leave Stepan?" "Without a sigh. This evening, if you like." "And we'll find work somewhere and live somehow." "They can put me in the shafts as long as I'm with you, Grisha. Anything to be with you." They stood close together, each warming the other. Grigori did not want to stir. He stood facing into the wind, his nostrils quivering, his eyelids closed. Aksinia, her face pressed into his armpit, breathed in the familiar, intoxicating scent of his sweat. And on her shamelessly avid lips, hidden from Grigori's eyes, trembled a joyous smile of happiness fulfilled. "Tomorrow I'll go and see Molkov. He may be able to give me work," Grigori said, shifting his grip on Aksinia's wrist, which had grown damp with perspiration under his fingers. Aksinia did not speak, nor did she raise her head. The smile slipped like a dying wind from her face, and the anxiety and fear lurking in her dilated eyes gave them the look of a frightened animal. "Shall I tell him or not?" she thought, as she remembered that she was pregnant. I must tell him, she decided. But immediately, trembling with fear, she drove away the terrible thought. With a woman's instinct, she sensed that this was not the moment to tell him. She realized that she might lose Grigori forever, and uncertain whether the child leaping beneath her heart was Grigori's or Stepan's, she deceived her conscience and did not tell him. Why are you trembling? Are you cold? Grigori asked, wrapping his coat about her. I am a little. I must go, Grisha. Stepan will come back and find me away. Where's he gone? To Anike's to play cards. They parted. The agitating scent of her lips remained on Grigori's lips. The scent of the winter wind, or perhaps that faint faraway scent that comes from the hay after a spring shower in the steppe. Aksinia turned into a byway. Bending low, she almost ran. By a well where the cattle had churned up the autumn mud, she stumbled awkwardly, her foot slipping on a frozen clod, and feeling a lacerating pain in her belly, she caught at the fence. The pain died away, but in her side, something living, moving, beat angrily and strongly time and again. 11. Next morning, Grigori went to see Mokov. Mokov had just returned from the shop and was sitting with Atyopin in the dining room with its rich oak-colored wallpaper, sipping strong claret-colored tea. Grigori left his cap in the hall and went in. I'd like to have a word with you, Sergei Platonovich. Ah, Panteley Melekov's son, isn't it? What do you want? I've come to ask whether you could give me a job. As Grigori spoke, the door creaked, and a young officer in a khaki tunic with a lieutenant's epaulets entered. Grigori recognized him as the young Lisnitsky, whom Mitka Korshunov had outraced the previous summer. Mokov moved a chair up for the officer and turned back to Grigori. Has your father come down in the world that he's putting his son out to work? He inquired. I'm not living with him anymore. Left him? Yes. Well, I'd gladly take you on. I know your family to be a hard-working lot, but I'm afraid I haven't any work for you to do. What's the matter? Lisnitsky inquired, pulling his chair up to the table. This lad is looking for work. Can you look after horses? Can you drive a team? The officer asked as he stirred his tea. I can. I've had the care of our own 6 horses. I want a coachman. What are your terms? I'm not asking for much. In that case, come to my father at our estate tomorrow. You know the house? At Yagodnoye, about 12 versts from here. Yes, I know it. Then come tomorrow morning, and we shall settle the matter. Grigori went to the door. As he turned the handle, he hesitated and said, I'd like to have a word with you in private, Your Honor. Lisnitsky followed Grigori out into the semi-darkness of the passage. A rosy light filtered dimly through the Venetian glass of the door leading to the balcony. Well, what is it? I'm not alone. Grigori flushed darkly. I've got a woman with me. Perhaps you can find something for her to do. Your wife? Lisnitsky inquired, smiling and raising his eyebrows. Someone else's. Oh, I see. All right. We'll fix her up as cook for the servants. But where is her husband? Here in the village. So you've stolen another man's wife? She wanted to come. A romantic affair. Well, come along tomorrow. You may go now. Grigori arrived at Yagodnoye at about 8 the next morning. The house was surrounded by a peeling brick and plaster wall. Outbuildings straggled over the big yard. A wing with a tiled roof, the date 1910 picked out with tiles of a different color. The servants' quarters, a bathhouse, stables, poultry house, and cattle shed. A long barn and coach house. The house was large and old, and nestled in an orchard. Beyond it rose a gray wall of bare poplars and the meadow willows, empty rooks' nests swinging in their brown tops. As he entered the yard, Grigori was welcomed by a pack of Crimean borzois. An old bitch, rheumy-eyed and lame, was the first to sniff at him and follow him with drooping head. In the servants' quarters, a cook was quarreling with a young freckled maid. A thick-lipped old gaffer was sitting in a cloud of tobacco smoke on the doorstep. The maid conducted Grigori to the house. The hall reeked of dogs and uncured pelts.
On a table lay the case of a double-barreled gun and a game bag with frayed green silk fringe. "The young master will see you," the maid called to Grigori through a side door. Grigori glanced apprehensively at his muddy boots and entered. Lisnitsky was lying on a bed next to the window. On the eiderdown was a box containing tobacco and smoking utensils. The officer made himself a cigarette, buttoned up the collar of his white shirt, and remarked, "You're in good time. Wait, my father will be here in a minute." Grigori stood by the door. Presently he heard the sound of footsteps in the anteroom, and a deep bass voice asked through the door, "Are you asleep, Yevgeny? Come in." An old man wearing black Caucasian felt boots entered. Grigori gave him a sideways glance. He was immediately struck by the thin, crooked nose and the white arch of his mustache, stained yellow by tobacco under the nose. Old Lisnitsky was tall and broad-shouldered, but gaunt. He wore a long camel-hair tunic that hung loosely, the collar encircling his brown wrinkled neck like a noose. His faded eyes were set close to the bridge of his nose. "Papa, here's the coachman I spoke to you about. The lad's from a decent family."
"Whose son is he?" the old man asked in a booming voice.
"Melekhov's."
"Which Melekhov's?"
"Panteley Melekhov's."
"I knew Prokofy. I remember Panteley, too. Lame, isn't he?"
"Yes, Your Excellency," Grigori replied, coming stiffly to attention. He recalled his father's stories of the retired General Lisnitsky, a hero of the Russo-Turkish War.
"Why are you seeking work?"
the old man inquired. "I'm not living with my father, Your Excellency."
"What sort of Cossack will you make if you hire yourself out? Didn't your father provide for you when you left him?"
"No, Your Excellency."
That's another matter. You want work for your wife as well?"
The younger Lisnitsky's bed creaked heavily. Grigori, glancing in his direction, saw the officer winking and nodding his head. "That's right, Your Excellency."
"None of your excellencies. I don't like them. Your wage will be 8 rubles a month for both of you. Your wife will cook for the servants and seasonal workers. Is that satisfactory?"
"Yes."
"Move in tomorrow morning. You'll occupy the previous coachman's quarters."
"How did the hunting go yesterday?" Lisnitsky asked his father, lowering his narrow feet onto the carpet.
"We started a fox out of the gully at Gremyachi and chased it as far as the woods, but it was an old one and fooled the dogs."
"Is Kazbek still limping?"
"He must have sprained his foot. Hurry up, Yevgeny. Breakfast is getting cold."
The old man turned to Grigori and snapped his bony fingers.
"Quick march! Be here at 8."
Grigori went out. On the far side of the barn, the borzois were sunning themselves on a patch of ground bare of snow. The old bitch with the rheumy eyes trotted up to Grigori, sniffed at him from behind, and followed him a little way with head still drooping mournfully, then turned back. 12. Aksiniya had finished her cooking early. She banked up the fire, washed the dishes, and glanced out of the window looking onto the yard. Stepan was standing by the woodpile, close to the fence bordering on the Melekhov's yard. A half-smoked cigarette hung from the corner of his firm lips. The left-hand corner of the shed was tumbling down, and he was selecting posts suitable for its repair. Aksiniya had arisen with 2 rosy blushes in her cheeks and a youthful glitter in her eyes. Stepan noticed the change, and as he was having breakfast he could not forbear to ask, "What's happened to you?" "What's happened?" Aksiniya echoed him, flushing. "Your face is shining as though you had smeared yourself with oil." "It's the heat of the fire." And turning away, she glanced stealthily out of the window to see whether Misha Korshevoy's sister was coming. But the girl did not arrive until late in the afternoon. Tormented with waiting, Aksiniya started up. "Do you want me, Mashutka? Come out for a moment." Stepan was standing before a scrap of mirror fixed into the whitewashed stove, combing his forelock and chestnut mustache with a stumpy ox-horn comb. Aksiniya looked at him nervously. "You aren't going out, are you?" He did not answer immediately, but put the comb into his trouser pocket and picked up a pack of cards in his tobacco pouch which were lying on the stove ledge. Then he said, "I'm going along to Annie Kushka's for a while." "And when are you ever at home? You spend every night at cards, and all night, too." "All right, I've heard that before.
Are you going to play pontoon again? Oh, drop it, Axinia. Look, there's someone coming to see you. Axinia sidled out into the passage. The freckled, rosy-faced Mashutka welcomed her with a smile. Grisha's back. Well? He told me to tell you to come along to our house as soon as it's dark. Seizing the girl's hand, Axinia drew her towards the outer door. Softer, softer, dear. Did he tell you to say anything else? He said you're to get your things together and take them along. Burning and trembling, unable to keep her feet still, Axinia turned and glanced at the kitchen door. Lord, how am I to... So quickly? Well, wait. Tell him I'll be along as soon as I can. But where will he meet me? You're to come to our house. Oh, no. All right. I'll tell him to come out and wait for you. Stepan was drawing on his coat as Axinia went in. What did she want? He asked between two puffs at a cigarette. Who? The Koshevoy's girl. Oh, she came to ask me to cut out a skirt for her. Blowing the ash off his cigarette, Stepan went to the door. Don't wait up for me, he said as he went out. Axinia ran to the frosted window and dropped to her knees before the bench. Stepan's footsteps sounded along the path trodden out in the snow to the gate. The wind caught a spark from his cigarette and carried it back to the window. Through the melted circle of glass, Axinia caught a glimpse of his fur cap and the outline of his swarthy cheek. Feverishly, she turned jackets, skirts, and kerchiefs, her dowry, out of the great chest and threw them into a large shawl. Panting and wild-eyed, she passed through the kitchen for the last time, and putting out the light, ran onto the steps. Someone emerged from the Malekovs' house to see to the cattle. She waited until the footsteps had died away, fastened the door by the chain, then ran down to the Don. Strands of hair escaped from her kerchief and tickled her cheeks, and as she made her way by side lanes to the Koshevoy's hut, clutching her bundle, her strength ebbed, and her feet dragged leadenly. Grigory was waiting for her at the gate. He took the bundle and silently led the way into the steppe. Beyond the threshing floor, Axinia slowed her pace and caught at Grigory's sleeve. Wait a moment, she said. What for? The moon will be late tonight. We must hurry. Wait, Grisha. She halted, doubled up with pain. What's the matter? Grigory turned back to her. Something inside me. I must have lifted something heavy. She licked her dry lips, screwing up her eyes in pain till she saw pinpoints of fire, and clutched at her belly. She stood a moment, bowed and miserable, and then, poking her hair under her kerchief, set off again. I'm all right now. Come along. You haven't even asked where I'm taking you to. I might be leading you to the nearest cliff to push you over, Grigory said, smiling in the darkness. It's all the same to me now. I can't go back. Her voice trembled with an unhappy laugh. That night, Stepan returned at midnight as usual. He went first to the stable, threw the scattered hay back into the manger, removed the horse's halter, then went to the house. He must have gone out for the evening, he thought, as he unfastened the chain. He entered the kitchen, closed the door fast, and struck a match. He had been in a winning vein that evening, and so was quiet and drowsy. He lit the lamp, and gaped at the disorder of the kitchen, not guessing the reason. A little astonished, he went into the best room. The open chest yawned blackly. On the floor lay an old jacket which Axinia had forgotten in her hurry. Stepan tore off his sheepskin and ran back to the kitchen for the light. He stared around the best room, and at last he understood. He dropped the lamp, and scarcely aware of what he was doing, tore his saber from the wall, gripped the hilt until the veins swelled in his fingers, raised Aksinia's blue and yellow jacket on its point, threw the jacket up in the air, and with a short swing of the saber, slashed it in two as it fell. Gray, savage in his wolfish grief, he threw the pieces of the old jacket up to the ceiling again and again. The sharp steel whistled as it cut them in their flight. Then, tearing off the sword knot, he threw the saber into a corner, went into the kitchen, and sat down at the table. His head bowed. With trembling iron fingers, he sat stroking the unwashed tabletop. 13. Troubles never come singly. The morning after Grigory left home, through Het Baba's carelessness, Miron Korshunov's pedigree bull gored the throat of his finest mare. Het Baba came running into the house, white, distracted, and trembling. "Trouble, master! The bull, curse him! The damned bull!" "Well, what about the bull?" Miron asked in alarm. "He's done the mare in. Gored her." Miron ran half-dressed into the yard. By the well, Mitka was beating the red 5-year-old bull with a stake. The bull, his head down and dewlap dragging over the ground, was churning up the snow with his hoofs and scattering a silvery powder around his tail. Instead of yielding before the drubbing, he bellowed huskily and stamped his hind feet as though about to charge. Mitka beat him on his nose and sides, cursing the while and paying no heed to Mikhail, who was trying to drag him back by his belt. "Keep back, Mitka! For Lord's sake, he'll gore you! Master, why don't you tell him?" Miron ran to the well. The mare was standing by the fence, her head drooping sadly. Her dark heaving flanks were wet with sweat, and blood was running down her chest. Her light bay back and sides were quivering, causing great shivers in her groin. Miron ran to look at her front. A rose-colored wound, big enough to take a man's hand, and revealing the windpipe, gaped in her neck. Miron seized her by the forelock and raised her head. The mare fixed her glittering violet eyes on her master, as though mutely asking, "What next?" And as if in answer to the question, Miron shouted, "Run and tell someone to scald some oak bark, hurry!" Het Baba, his Adam's apple trembling in his dirty neck, ran to strip some bark from a tree, and Mitka came across to his father, one eye fixed on the bull circling and bellowing about the yard. "Hold the mare by her forelock," his father ordered. "Someone run for some twine, quick, or do you want a box on the ears?" They tied the string tightly round the mare's velvety, slightly hairy upper lip, so that she should not feel the pain. Old Grishaka came hobbling up. An infusion the color of acorns was brought out in a painted bowl. "Cool it down," he croaked. "It's too hot, isn't it? Miron, do you hear me?" "Go inside, Dad. You'll catch cold out here." "I tell you to cool it down. Do you want to kill the mare?" The wound was bathed. With freezing fingers, Miron threaded raw twine through a darning needle and sewed up the edges, making a neat seam. He had hardly turned away to go back to the house when his wife came running from the kitchen, alarm written large on her flabby cheeks. She called her husband aside. "Natalia's here, Miron. Oh, my God!" "Now what's the matter?" Miron demanded, his face paling. "It's Grigory. He's left home." Lukinichina flung out her arms like a rook preparing for flight, clapped her hands against her skirt, and broke into a wail. "Disgraced before the whole village! Lord, what a blow! Oh!" Miron found Natalia in a shawl and short winter coat standing in the middle of the kitchen. 2 tears welled in her eyes, and her cheeks were deeply flushed. "What are you doing here?" her father blustered as he ran into the room. "Has your husband beaten you? Can't you get on together?" "He's gone away," Natalia groaned, swallowing dry tears, and she swayed and fell on her knees before her father. "Father, my life is ruined. Take me back. Grigory's gone away with that woman. He's left me. Father, I've been crushed into the dust." She sobbed out the half-finished phrases, gazing imploringly up at her father's ruddy beard. Wait now. "There's nothing for me to live for there. Take me back." She crawled on her knees to the chest and dropped her head onto her arms. Her kerchief slipped off her head, and her smooth, straight black hair fell over her pale ears. Tears at such a time are like rain in a May drought. Her mother pressed Natalia's head against her sunken belly, whispering motherly, foolish words of comfort. But Miron, infuriated, ran out to the steps. "Harness up 2 sleighs," he shouted. On the steps, a cock perched busily on the back of a hen, took fright at the shout, jumped clear, and stalked off towards the barn, squawking indignantly. "Harness up 2 sleighs!" Miron kicked again and again at the fretted balustrade of the steps until it was hopelessly ruined. He returned to the house only when Het Baba hurried out from the stables with a pair of horses, harnessing them as he ran. Mitka and Het Baba drove to the Melekovs for Natalia's possessions. In his abstraction, Het Baba sent a young pig in the road flying. "Maybe the master will forget all about the mare now," he was thinking, and rejoiced, letting the reins hang loose. But he's such an old devil he'll never forget. And sneering to himself, Het Baba tried to get the whiplash under the tenderest part of the horse's belly. 14. Yevgeny Lisnitsky held a commission as lieutenant in the Ataman's Lifeguards Regiment. Having had a tumble during the officers' hurdle races and broken his left arm, he took furlough when he came out of hospital and went to stay with his father for 6 weeks. The old general lived alone at Yagodnoye. He had lost his wife while driving in the suburbs of Warsaw in the 1880s. Shots fired at the Cossack general had missed him, but riddled the carriage, killing his wife and coachman. Lisnitsky was left with his 2-year-old son Yevgeny. Soon after this event, the general retired, abandoned an estate of 10,000 acres in the Saratov province, which had been granted to his great-grandfather in recognition of his services during the War of 1812, and moved to Yagodnoye, where he lived an austere and rigorous life. He sent his son Yevgeny to the Cadets Corps as soon as the lad was old enough, and occupied himself with farming. He purchased bloodstock from the imperial stables, crossed them with the finest mares from England and from the famous Provalsky stables, and reared a new breed. He raised cattle and livestock on his own, and bought land, sowed grain with hired labor, hunted with his borzois in the autumn and winter, and occasionally locked himself in the dining hall and drank for weeks on end. He was troubled with a stomach complaint, and his doctor had strictly forbidden him to swallow anything solid. He had to extract the goodness from all his food by mastication, spitting out the residue onto a silver tray held by his personal servant, Benjamin. Benjamin was a half-witted, swarthy young peasant with a shock of thick black hair. He had been in Lisnitsky's service for 6 years. When he first had to wait on the general, it made him feel sick to watch the old man spitting out the chewed food. But he got used to it. The other inhabitants of the estate were the cook, Lukeria, the ancient stableman, Sashka, and the shepherd, Tikhon. From the very first, the flabby, pock-marked Lukeria, who, with her huge bottom, looked like a yellow lump of unrisen dough, would not allow Aksinia near the stove. "You can cook when the master takes on extra workers in the summer. Now I can manage by myself." Aksinia was set to work washing the floors of the house 3 times a week, feeding the innumerable fowls and keeping the fowl house clean. She worked with a will, trying to please everyone, even the cook. Grigory spent much of his time in the spacious log-built stables with Sashka the stableman. The old man was one mass of gray hair, but everybody still familiarly called him Sashka. Probably even old Lisnitsky, for whom he had worked more than 20 years, had forgotten his surname. In his youth, Sashka had been the coachman, but as he grew old and feeble and his sight began to fail, he was made stableman. Stocky, covered with greenish-gray hair, even the hair on his hands was gray, with a nose that had been flattened by a club in his youth, he wore an everlasting childish smile and gazed out on the world with blinking, artless eyes. The apostolic expression of his face was marred by his broken nose and his hanging, scarred underlip. In his army days, Sashka had once got drunk and taken by mistake a swill of aqua regia instead of vodka. The fiery liquid had welded his lower lip to his chin, leaving a crooked, glowing pink scar. Sashka was fond of vodka, and when he was in his cups, he would strut about the yard as though he were master. Stamping his feet, he would stand under old Lisnitsky's bedroom and call loudly and sternly, "Mikhail Alexeyevich! Mikhail Alexeyevich!" If old Lisnitsky happened to be in his bedroom, he would come to the window. "You're drunk, you good-for-nothing," he would thunder. Sashka would hitch up his trousers and wink and smile. His smile danced diagonally right across his face, from his puckered left eye to the pink scar trailing from the right corner of his mouth. It was a crooked smile, but a pleasant one. "Mikhail Alexeyevich, Your Excellency, I know you," he would wag his lean, dirty finger threateningly. "Go and sleep it off," his master would smile pacifyingly, twisting his drooping mustache with all 5 nicotine-stained fingers. "You can't take me in," the stableman would laugh, going up to the railings of the fence. "Mikhail Alexeyevich, you're like me. You and me, we know each other like a fish knows water. You and me, we're rich. Ah, Here he would fling his arms wide open to show how rich. "We're known by everybody all over the Don district. We—" Sashka's voice would suddenly grow mournful and ingratiating. "Me and you, Your Excellency, everything's all right. Only we've both got rotting noses." "Why is that?" his master would ask, turning purple with laughter and twitching his mustache. "Through vodka!" Sashka would bark out the words, blinking rapidly and licking his lips. "Don't drink, Mikolai Alexeyevich, or we'll go broke, you and me. We'll drink everything away." "Go and drink this away." Old Lisnitsky would throw out a 20-kopeck piece, and Sashka would catch it and hide it in his cap, crying, "Well, goodbye, General." "Have you watered the horses yet?" his master would ask with a smile, knowing what was coming. "Oh, you lousy devil, you son of a swine!" Sashka would turn livid, and his voice would crack with anger. "Sashka, forget to water the horses, eh? Even if I was dead, I'd still crawl for a pail to water the horses. And he thinks—" The old man would march off, fuming at the undeserved reproach, cursing and shaking his fist. Everything he did was forgiven, even drinking, and his familiarity with his master. He was indispensable as a stableman. Winter and summer he slept in the stables in an empty stall. He was stableman and horse doctor. He gathered herbs for the horses in the spring and dug up medicinal roots in the steppe and in the valleys. Bunches of dried herbs hung high up on the stable walls, milfoil to cure heaves, snake-eye grass as an antidote for adder bite, black leaf for the feet, a small white herb that grows at the root of the willow to treat sores, and many other little-known remedies for all the various ailments and diseases of horses. Winter and summer, a subtle throat-tickling aroma hung like a fine-spun web about the stall in which Sashka slept. Hay packed as hard as a board, covered with a horse cloth, and his coat, smelling of horse sweat, served as mattress and bedding to his plank bed. The coat and the sheepskin were all the old man's worldly goods. Tikhon, a huge dull-witted Cossack, lived with Lukeria and secretly nursed a quite needless jealousy of her and Sashka. Once every month he would take the old man by the button of his greasy shirt and lead him round to the back of the house. "Old man, don't you set your cap at my woman." "That depends," Sashka would wink significantly. "Keep off her," Tikhon begged. "I like 'em pock-marked, lad." "I don't need vodka if you can give me a pock-marked wench. The more pock-marked they are, the fonder they are of us men-folk, the hussies. You ought to be ashamed of yourself at your age, and you a doctor, too. You look after the horses. You know all the secrets." "I can do all kinds of doctoring," Sashka persisted. "Keep off her, Grandad. It's wrong." "I'll get that Lukeria one of these days, lad. I'll have her, my lad. You can say goodbye to Lukeria. I'll be taking her away from you. She's like a currant pie, only with the currants picked out. That's the kind for me." "Don't let me catch you or I'll kill you," Tikhon would say, sighing and drawing some copper coins out of his pocket. And so it went on month after month. Life mouldered away in a sleepy torpor at Yagodnoye. The estate lay in a valley, remote from all frequented roads, and from the autumn onward all communication with the neighboring villages was broken. In the winter nights the wolf packs emerged from their forest lairs and terrified the horses with their howling. Tikhon used to go to the meadow to frighten them off with his master's double-barreled gun, and Lukeria, wrapping her ample bottom in her rough blanket, would wait in suspense for the sound of the shots, her little eyes disappearing into her greasy, pock-marked cheeks. At such times her imagination transformed the ugly, bald-headed Tikhon into a handsome and reckless youth, and when the door of the servants' quarters slammed and Tikhon entered in a cloud of steam, she made room for him on the bed, and, cooing affectionately, warmly embraced her frozen mate. In summertime, Yagodnoye hummed till late at night with the voices of laborers. The masters sowed some 40 dessiatines with various crops and hired laborers to harvest them. Occasionally, Evgeny came home and would stroll through the orchard and over the meadow and feel bored. The mornings he spent fishing in the pond. Plump-chested and of medium height, he wore a forelock, Cossack fashion, on the right side of his head, His officer's tunic fit him snugly. During the first days of Grigory's life on the estate, he was frequently in the young master's company. One day, Veniamin came smiling into the servants' quarters, and, bowing his fuzzy head, announced, "The young master wants you, Grigory." Grigory, as on many other occasions, went to Yevgeny's room and stood at the door. The master pointed to a chair. Grigory seated himself on the very edge. "How do you like our horses?" "They're good horses. The gray is fine." "Give him plenty of exercise, but don't gallop him." "So Grandad Sashka told me." "What about Sturdy? The bay? He's a fine horse." "Shoes loose, though. I'll have to get him reshod." Screwing up his piercing gray eyes, the young master said, "You have to go to the training camp in May, don't you?" "Yes." "I'll speak to the ataman about it. You won't have to go." "Thank you, sir." There was a momentary silence. Unbuttoning the collar of his uniform, Yevgeny scratched his womanishly white chest. "Aren't you afraid of Aksinia's husband taking her from you?" "He's thrown her over. He won't take her back." "How do you know?" "I saw one of the men from the village the other day when I went there for nails. He told me Stepan was drinking hard. Says he doesn't want Aksinia anymore. Thinks he'll find someone hotter." "Aksinia's a fine-looking woman," Lisnitsky remarked thoughtfully, staring over Grigory's head with something licentious in his smile. "Not bad," Grigory agreed, and his face clouded. Yevgeny's furlough was nearly over. He no longer wore a sling and could bend his arm freely. During the last few days of his stay, Yevgeny spent a great deal of his time in Grigory's room. Aksinia had whitewashed the dirt-caked walls, scrubbed the window frames, and scoured the floor with broken brick. There was a feminine warmth and coziness in the cheerful, empty little room. The officer, his short, fashionably cut coat thrown over his shoulders, chose times for his visits when Grigory was occupied with the horses. He would first go into the kitchen, stand joking with Lucaria for a minute or two, then pass into the farther room. He would sit down on a stool, hunching his shoulders, and fix a shamelessly smiling gaze on Aksinia. She was embarrassed by his presence, and the knitting needles trembled in her fingers. "Well, Aksinia, how are you getting along?" he would ask, puffing at a cigarette until the room was filled with blue smoke. "Very well, thank you." Aksinia would raise her eyes, and meeting the lieutenant's transparent gaze, silently telling of his desire, she turned crimson. That naked stare of his was unpleasant and annoying. She replied disconnectedly to his questions, avoiding his eyes and seeking an opportunity to leave the room. "I must go and feed the ducks now." "There's no hurry. The ducks can wait." He smiled, and his legs trembled in his tight riding breeches, and he continued to ply her with questions concerning her past life, using the deep tones of his voice, which was like his father's, and pleading lewdly with his crystal-clear eyes. When Grigory came in, the fire would die out of Yevgeny's eyes, and he would offer him a cigarette, leaving soon after. "What did he want?" Grigory would ask Aksinia, not looking at her. "How should I know?" Remembering the officer's look, Aksinia would laugh forcedly. "He came in and just sat there like this, Grisha." She showed him how Yevgeny had sat with hunched back, and sat until I was sick of him. "Did you ask him in?" Grigory's eyes would narrow angrily. "What do I need him for?" "You watch out, or I'll kick him down the steps one day." Aksinia would gaze at Grigory with a smile on her lips, and not be sure whether he was speaking in jest or earnest. 15. The winter broke up during the 4th week of Lent. Open water began to fringe the edges of the Don. The ice, melting from the top, turned gray and swelled spongily. In the evening, a low murmur came from the hills, indicating frost, according to the time-honored saying, but in reality the thaw was already on its way. In the morning, the air tingled with a light frost, but by noon the earth was bare in patches, and in the nostrils was the scent of March, of the frozen bark, of cherry trees, and rotting straw. Miron Korshunov took his time preparing for the plowing season, spending the lengthening days in the shed sharpening the teeth of the harrows and repairing cartwheels. Old Grishaka usually fasted in the 4th week of Lent. He would come home from church blue with cold and complain to his daughter-in-law, Lukinichna. "That priest makes me sick. He's no good. He's as slow with the service as a carter with a load of eggs." "You'd have been wiser to have fasted during Passion Week. It's warmer by then." "Call Natalia," he replied. "I'll get her to make me a pair of warmer stockings." Natalia still lived in the belief that Grigory would return to her. Her heart longed and waited for him, and would not listen to the warning whisper of sober reason. She spent the nights in weary yearning, tossing on her bed, crushed by her undeserved and unexpected shame. Another woe was now added to the first, and she awaited its sequel in cold terror, fluttering about in her maiden room like a wounded lapwing in a forest glade. From the earliest days of her return home, her brother Mitka had begun to give her odd glances, and one day, catching her in the porch, he asked frankly, "Still hankering after Grisha? What's it got to do with you? I want to cheer you up." Natalia glanced into his eyes and was terrified by what she saw there. Mitka's green cat's eyes glittered, and their slits gleamed greasily in the dim light of the porch. Natalia slammed the door and ran to her grandfather's room, where she stood listening to the wild beating of her heart. The next day Mitka came up to her in the yard. He had been turning over fresh hay for the cattle, and green stalks of grass hung from his straight hair and his fur cap. Natalia was chasing the dogs away from the pig's trough. "Don't fret yourself, Natalia." "I'll tell father," she cried, raising her hands to protect herself. "You're an idiot." "Keep away, you beast!" "What are you shouting for?" "Go away, Mitka. I'll go at once and tell father. How dare you look at me like that? Have you no shame? It's a wonder the earth doesn't open and swallow you up." "Well, it doesn't, does it?" Mitka stamped with his boots to confirm the statement and edged up to her. "Don't come near me, Mitka." "I won't now, but I'll come at night. By God, I'll come." Trembling, Natalia left the yard. That evening she made her bed on the chest and took her younger sister to sleep with her. All night she tossed and turned, her burning eyes seeking to pierce the darkness, her ears alert for the slightest sound, ready to scream the house down. But the silence was broken only by the snores of Grishaka sleeping in the next room and an occasional grunt from her sister. The thread of days unwound in that constant, inconsolable grief that only women know. Mitka had not got over the shame of his recent attempt at marriage, and he went about morose and ill-tempered. He went out every evening and rarely arrived home again before dawn. He carried on with women who liked to amuse themselves while their husbands were soldiering, and went to Stepan Astakov's to play cards for stakes. His father watched his behavior, but said nothing for the time being. Just before Easter, Natalia met Panteley Prokofyevich outside Mokov's shop. He called to her, "Wait a moment." She halted. Her heart felt a pang of yearning as she saw her father-in-law's face, remotely reminding her of Grigory. "Why don't you come and see us old folks sometimes?" the old man asked her, giving her a quick look as though he himself had been guilty of some offense against her. "The wife misses you. Well, how are you getting on?" Natalia recovered from her embarrassment. "Thank you," she said, and after a moment's hesitation, she wanted to say father, she added, "Panteley Prokofyevich, I've been very busy at home." "Our Grisha, the old man shook his head bitterly. "He's let us down, the scoundrel. And we were getting on so well together." "Oh, well, father," Natalia answered shrilly with a catch in her voice. "I suppose it wasn't to be." Panteley fidgeted in embarrassment as he saw Natalia's eyes fill. Her lips twisted in an effort to hold back her tears. "Goodbye, my dear," he said. "Don't grieve over him, the son of a bitch. He's not worth a nail on your little finger. Maybe he'll come back. I'd like to see him. I'd like to get at him." Natalia walked away with her head sunk on her breast. Panteley stood shifting from foot to foot, as though about to break into a run. As she turned the corner, Natalia glanced back. The old man was limping across the square, leaning heavily on his stick. 16. As spring approached, the meetings in Stockman's workshop were held less frequently. The villagers were preparing for the field work, and only Ivan Alexeyevich, the engine-man, and Knave came from the mill, bringing David with them. On Maundy Thursday they gathered at the workshop in the early evening. Stockman was sitting on his bench, filing a silver ring made from a 50-kopeck piece. A sheaf of rays from the setting sun streamed through the window, forming a square of dusty yellowish-pink light on the floor. The engine-man picked up a pair of pincers and turned them over in his hand. "I had to go to the master the other day to ask about a piston," he remarked. "It will have to be taken to Milerovo. We can't mend it here. There's a crack in it this long." Ivan Alexeyevich measured the length of his little finger. "There's a works at Milerovo, isn't there?" Stockman said, scattering a fine silver dust as he filed the coin. "A steel foundry. I had to spend a few days there last year." "Many workers?" "I should say 400 or thereabouts." "And what are they like?" Stockman's tone was deliberate. "They're well off. They're none of your proletariat. They're muck." "Why is that?" asked Knave, who was sitting next to Stockman, his stubby fingers clasped under his knees. David, the mill hand, his hair gray with flour dust, padded about the workshop, listening with a smile to the dry rustle of the shavings that he stirred up with his boots. He felt as if he were walking along a ravine deep in fallen scarlet leaves, with the leaves giving easily and the damp turf springing youthfully underfoot. "Because they're too well off. Each has his own little house, his wife, and every comfort, and a good half of them are Baptists into the bargain. The master himself is their preacher, and they suck one another's noses, and the dirt on them is so thick you couldn't scrape it off with a hoe." "Ivan Alexeyevich, what are these Baptists?" asked David, pouncing on the unfamiliar word. "Baptists? They worship God in their own fashion, a kind of sect, like the Old Believers." "Every fool goes crazy in his own fashion," added Knave. "As I was saying, I went to see Sergei Platonovich," Ivan Alexeyevich continued his story, "and Atyopin was there. So he told me to wait outside. I sat down and waited and heard them talking through the door. Mokov was saying there was going to be a war with the Germans very soon. He had read it in a book. But Atyopin said there couldn't be a war between Germany and Russia." Ivan Alexeyevich so cleverly imitated Atyopin's lisp that David let out a short laugh, but seeing Knave's sarcastic expression, immediately shut up. "There can be no war with Germany because Germany's feeding on our grain." Ivan Alexeyevich continued to report the conversation he had overheard. "Then I heard a third voice. I found out afterwards it was the officer, old Lisnitsky's son. 'There will be a war,' he said, 'between Germany and France over the vineyards, but it has nothing to do with us.' What do you think, Osip Davidovich?" Ivan asked, turning to Stockman. "I'm no good at prophecies," Stockman replied, staring fixedly at the ring in his outstretched hand. "Once they do start, we'll have to be in it too. Like it or not, they'll drag us there by the hair," Knave declared. "It's like this, boys," Stockman said, gently taking the pincers out of the engine-man's hands. He spoke seriously, evidently intending to explain the matter thoroughly. Knave seated himself comfortably on the bench, and David's lips shaped into an O, revealing his strong teeth. In his concise, vivid way, Stockman outlined the struggle of the capitalist states for markets and colonies. When he had finished, Ivan Alexeyevich asked indignantly, "Yes, but where do we come in?" "Your heads will ache from the drunken orgies of others," Stockman smiled. "Don't talk like a kid," Knave said sarcastically. "You know the saying, when masters quarrel, the peasants' forelocks shake?" Ivan Alexeyevich frowned as if he were trying to break down some great unyielding lump of thought. "What's that Lisnitsky always calling on Mokov for? After his daughter, eh?" David asked. "The Korshunov brat has had a go there already," Knave interposed maliciously. "Ivan Alexeyevich, can't you hear? What's that officer nosing around there for?" David repeated. Ivan Alexeyevich started as if he had been struck behind the knees with a whiplash. "Eh? What were you saying?" "He's been having a nap. We're talking about Lisnitsky. He was on his way to the station. Yes, and here's some more news. When I went out of the house, I saw, who do you think? Grigory Melekov. He was standing outside with a whip in his hand. 'What are you doing there, Grigory?' I says. 'Taking Lieutenant Lisnitsky to Milerovo station.'" "He's Lisnitsky's coachman," David explained. Picking the crumbs from the rich man's table. You're like a dog on a chain, knave. You'd snarl at anyone. The conversation flagged. Ivan Alexeyevich rose to go. Hurrying off to service? Knave got in a last dig. I do plenty of serving every day. Stockman accompanied his guests to the gate, then locked up the workshop and went into the house. The night before Easter Sunday, the sky was overcast with masses of black cloud, and rain began to fall. A raw darkness weighed on the village. At dusk, the ice on the Don began to crack with a protracted, rolling groan, and squeezed by a mass of broken ice, the first floe emerged from the water. The ice broke up all at once over a stretch of 4 versts and drifted downstream. The floes crashed against one another and against the banks, while in the background the church bell rang measuredly for service. At the first bend, where the Don sweeps to the left, the ice was dammed up. The roar and clash of the bumping floes reached the village. A crowd of lads had gathered in the churchyard, which was already dotted with puddles. Through the open doors came the muffled tones of the service, and lights gleamed with festive brightness in the latticed windows, while in the darkness of the yard the lads tickled and kissed the girls and whispered dirty stories to one another. The churchwarden's lodge was crowded with Cossacks from villages all over the district. Weary with fatigue and the stuffiness of the room, people slept on benches, even on the floor. Men were sitting on the rickety steps, smoking and talking about the weather and the winter crops. When will your lot be going out in the fields? I shall be moving about Thomas's day, I reckon. That's all right for you. The land round your way is sandy. Some of it is. This side of the gully there's a salt marsh. The earth'll get plenty of moisture now. When we plowed last year, it was like gristle, hard and sticky all the way over. Dunya, where are you? A high-pitched voice called from the steps of the lodge. From the churchyard gate, a rough, throaty voice could be heard blustering, A fine place to be kissing, you. Get out of here, you dirty young brats. What an idea. Can't you find a partner for yourself? Go and kiss the bitch in our yard, a wobbly young voice retorted from the darkness. Bitch? I'll learn you. A squelchy patter of running feet, a rustle of skirts. Water dripped from the roof with a glassy tinkle, and again that slow voice, clinging as the muddy black earth. Been trying to buy a plow of Prokhor. Offered him 12 rubles, but he won't take it. He won't let something go cheap, not him. From the dawn came a smooth swishing, rustling, and crunching, as though a buxom wench dressed up and tall as a poplar were passing by, her great skirts rustling. At midnight, Mitka Korshunov, riding a horse bareback, clattered through the sticky darkness up to the church. He tied the bridle rein to the horse's mane and gave her a smack on her steaming flanks. He listened to the squelch of the hoofs for a moment, then adjusting his belt he went into the churchyard. In the porch he removed his cap, bent his head devoutly, and thrusting aside the women, pressed up to the altar. The Cossacks were crowded in a black mass on the left. On the right was a motley throng of women. Mitka found his father in the front row, and gripping him by the elbow, whispered into his ear, "Father, come outside for a moment." As he pushed his way out of the church through the dense curtain of mingled odors, Mitka's nostrils quivered. He was overwhelmed by the vapor of burning wax, the odor of women's sweating bodies, the sepulchral stench of clothes brought out only at Christmas and Easter time, and the smell of damp leather, mothballs, and the windiness of fast-hungered bellies. In the porch, Mitka put his mouth close to his father's ear and said, "Natalia's dying." 17. Grigory returned on Palm Sunday from his journey with Yevgeny to the station. He found the thaw had eaten away the snow. The road had broken up within a couple of days. At a Ukrainian village some 25 versts from the station, he all but lost his horses as he was crossing a stream. He had arrived at the village early in the evening. During the previous night, the ice had broken up and started moving, and the stream, swollen and foaming with muddy brown water, threatened the streets. The inn at which he had stopped to feed the horses on the way out lay on the farther side of the stream. The water might easily rise still higher during the night, and Grigory decided to cross. He drove to the point where he had crossed the ice on the outward journey, and found the stream had overflowed its banks. A piece of fencing and half a cartwheel were eddying in the middle. There were fresh traces of sledge runners on the bare sand at the edge. He halted the sweating foam-flecked horses and jumped down to look at the marks more closely. At the water's edge, the tracks turned a little to the left and disappeared into the stream. He measured the distance to the other side with his eyes, 50 paces at the most. He went to the horses to check the harness. At that moment, an aged Ukrainian came towards him from the nearest hut. "Is there a good crossing here?" Grigory asked him, waving his reins at the seething brown flood. "Some folk crossed there this morning." "Is it deep?" "No, but it might splash into your sleigh." Grigory gathered up the reins and, holding his knout ready, urged on the horses with a curt, imperative command. They moved unwillingly, snorting and snuffing at the water. Grigory cracked his whip and stood up on the seat. The bay on the left tossed its head and suddenly pulled on the traces. Grigory glanced down at his feet. The water was swirling over the front of the sledge. At first the horses were wading up to their knees, but suddenly the stream rose to their breasts. Grigory tried to turn them back, but they refused to answer the rein and began to swim for it. The tail of the sledge was swung round by the current, and the horses' heads were forced upstream. The water flowed in waves over their backs, and the sledge rocked and pulled them back strongly. "Hey, hey, to the right!" the Ukrainian shouted, running along the bank and waving his fur cap. In a wild fury, Grigory kept shouting and urging on the horses. The water foamed in eddies behind the dragging sledge. The runners struck against a jutting pile, the remains of the bridge which had been swept away overnight, and the sledge turned over with extraordinary ease. With a gasp, Grigory plunged in head first, but he did not lose his grip of the reins. While he was tossed about by the rocking sledge, the water dragged at his legs and the skirts of his sheepskin with gentle insistence. He succeeded in clutching a runner, dropped the reins, and hauled himself along hand over hand, making his way to the swingle tree. He was about to seize the iron-shod end of the swingle tree when the bay, in its struggle against the current, lashed out with its hind leg and struck him on the knee. Choking, Grigory threw out his hands and caught at the traces. He felt himself being dragged away from the horses, his grip weakened. Every fiber in his body tingling with the cold, he managed to reach the horse's head, and the animal fixed the maddened, mortally terrified gaze of its bloodshot eyes straight into his dilated pupils. Again and again he grasped at the slippery leather reins, but they eluded his fingers. Somehow he managed at last to seize them. Abruptly, his legs scraped along the ground. Dragging himself to the edge of the water, he stumbled forward and was knocked off his feet in the shallows by a horse's breast. Trampling over him, the horses tugged the sledge violently out of the water, and exhausted, halted a few paces away, shuddering and steaming. Unconscious of any pain, Grigory jumped to his feet. The cold enveloped him as though in unbearably hot dough. He was trembling even more than the horses, and felt as weak on his legs as an unweaned infant. Slowly he gathered his wits, and turning the sledge onto its runners, drove the horses off at a gallop to get them warm. He flew into the street of the village as though attacking an enemy, and turned into the first open gate without slacking his pace. The host turned out to be a hospitable Ukrainian. He sent his son to attend to the horses, and himself helped Grigory to undress. In a tone that brooked no refusal, he ordered his wife to light the stove. While his own clothes were drying, Grigory stretched himself out on top of the stove in his host's trousers. After a supper of meatless cabbage soup, he went to sleep. He set off again long before dawn. A good 135 versts driving lay before him, and every minute was precious. The untracked confusion of the flooded spring steppe was at hand. The melting snow had turned every little ravine or gully into a roaring torrent. The black, bare road exhausted the horses. Over the hard surface created by the early morning frost, he reached a village lying 4 versts off his route and stopped at a crossroad. The horses were steaming with sweat. Behind him lay the gleaming track of the sledge runners in the ground. He abandoned the sledge and set off again, riding one horse bareback and leading the other by the reins. He arrived at Yagodnoye in the morning on Palm Sunday. Old Lisnitsky listened attentively to his story of the journey and went to look at the horses. Sashka was leading them up and down the yard, angrily eyeing their sunken flanks. "How are they?" the master asked. "They haven't been overdriven, have they?" "No. The bay's got a sore on his chest where his collar rubbed, but it's nothing," Sashka answered without stopping the horses. "Go and get some rest," Lisnitsky motioned to Grigory with his hand. Grigory went to his room, but he had only one night's rest. The next morning Veniamin came into the room in a new sateen shirt, his fat face beaming, and called to him, "Grigory, the master wants you, at once." The general was shuffling about the hall in felt slippers. Only after Grigory had coughed twice did he look up. "What do you want?" "You sent for me." "Ah, yes. Go and saddle the stallion and my horse. Tell Lukeria not to feed the dogs. They're going hunting." Grigory turned to leave the room. His master stopped him with a shout. "Do you hear? And you're going with me." Aksinia thrust a cake into the pocket of Grigory's coat and hissed, "He won't even let a man eat, the devil take him. Put on your scarf at least, Grisha." Grigory led the saddled horses to the fence and whistled to the dogs. Lisnitsky came out, attired in a jerkin of blue cloth and girdled with an ornamental leather belt. A nickel-plated flask in a cork case was slung at his back. The whip hanging from his arm trailed behind him like a snake. As he held the bridle for his master to mount, Grigory was astonished at the ease with which old Lisnitsky hoisted his bony body into the saddle. "Keep close behind me," the general curtly ordered, as he lovingly gathered the reins in his gloved hand. Grigory rode the stallion. Its hind hoofs were not shod, and as it trod on the shards of ice, it slipped and sat on its hindquarters. The old general sat hunched but firm in the saddle. The horses moved on at a good pace. The stallion strained at the bit and arched its short neck, squinting round at its rider and trying to bite his knees. When they reached the top of the rise, Lisnitsky put his horse into a fast trot. The chain of hounds followed Grigory. The old black bitch ran with her muzzle touching the end of the stallion's tail. The horse tried to reach her by falling back on its hindquarters, but the bitch dropped behind, looking up plaintively like an old woman at Grigory as he glanced round. They reached their objective, the Olshansky ravine, in half an hour. Lisnitsky rode through the undergrowth along the brow of the slope. Grigory dropped down into the rain-washed ravine, cautiously avoiding the numerous potholes. From time to time he looked up, and through the steely blue of a straggling and naked elder grove, he saw Lisnitsky's clean-cut figure. As the old man leaned forward and rose in his stirrups, his blue belted coat wrinkled at the back. Behind him the hounds were running in a bunch along the undulating ridge. As he rode across the steep watercourse, Grigory leaned back in the saddle. "I could do with a smoke," he thought. "I'll let go of the reins and get my pouch." Pulling off his glove, Grigory fumbled in his pocket for some cigarette paper. "After him!" The shout came like a pistol shot from the other side of the ridge. Grigory looked up sharply and saw Lisnitsky galloping up the slope with upraised whip. "After him!" Slipping along with body close to the ground, a molting, dirty brown wolf was running swiftly across the marshy rush and reedy-grown bottom of the ravine. Leaping a gully, it stopped and turned quickly, catching sight of the dogs. They were coming after it, spread out in horseshoe formation, to cut it off from the wood at the end of the ravine. With a springy stride, the wolf leaped onto a small hillock and headed for the wood. The old bitch was cutting it off, husbanding her strength in short strides. Another hound, one of the best and fiercest in the pack, was coming up from behind. The wolf hesitated for a moment, and as Grigory rode up out of the ravine, he lost sight of it. When next he had a good view from the hillock, the wolf was far away in the steppe, making for a neighboring ravine. Grigory could see the hounds running through the undergrowth behind it, and old Lisnitsky riding slightly to the side, belaboring his horse with the butt of his whip. As the wolf reached the ravine, the hounds began to overtake it, and one, the grizzled hound known as Hawk, seemed to hang like a whitish rag from the wolf's loins. "After him!" The shout was wafted back to Grigory. Grigory put his horse into a gallop, vainly trying to see what was happening ahead of him. His eyes were streaming with tears and his ears were stuffed up with the whistling wind. He was suddenly fired by the excitement of the hunt. Bending over his horse's neck, he flew along at a mad gallop. When he reached the ravine, neither wolf nor dogs were to be seen. A moment or two later, Lisnitsky overtook him. Reining in his horse sharply, he shouted, "Which way did they go?" "Into the ravine, I think." "You overtake them on the left. After them." The old man dug his heels into his horse's flanks and rode off to the right. Grigory dropped into a hollow, and with whip and shout rode his horse hard for a verst and a half. The damp, sticky earth flew up under the hoofs, striking him on the face. The long ravine curved to the right and branched into three. Grigory crossed the first fork and then caught sight of the dark chain of hounds chasing the wolf across the steppe. The animal had been headed off from the heart of the ravine, which was densely overgrown with oaks and alders, and was now making for a dry, brush and thistle-covered dell. Rising in his stirrups and wiping the tears from his wind-lashed eyes with his sleeve, Grigory watched them. Glancing momentarily to the left, he realized that he was in the steppe close to his native village. Nearby lay the irregular square of land which he and Natalia had plowed in the autumn. He deliberately guided the stallion across the plowed land, and during the few moments in which the animal was sliding and stumbling over the clods, the zest for the hunt died to ashes within him. He now calmly urged on the heavily sweating horse, and glancing around to see whether Lisnitsky was looking, dropped into an easy trot. Some distance away he could see the deserted camping quarters of the plowmen. A little farther off, 3 pairs of bullocks were dragging a plow across the fresh, velvety soil. From our village, surely. Whose land is that? That's not Anikushka, is it? Grigory screwed up his eyes, trying to recognize the man following the plow. He saw 2 Cossacks drop the plow and run to head off the wolf from the nearby ravine. One in a peaked red-banded cap, the strap under his chin, was waving an iron bar. Suddenly the wolf squatted down in a deep furrow. The foremost hound flew right over it and fell with its forelegs doubled under it. The old bitch following tried to stop, her hindquarters scraping along the cloddy plowed ground, but unable to halt in time, she tumbled against the wolf. The hunted animal shook its head violently, and the bitch ricocheted off it. Now the mass of hounds fastened on the wolf, and they all dragged for some paces over the plowed land. Grigory was off his horse half a minute before his master. He fell to his knees, drawing back his hunting knife. "There, in the throat!" the Cossack with the iron bar cried in a voice which Grigory knew well. Panting heavily, he dropped down at Grigory's side, and dragging away the hound which had fastened on the hunted animal's belly, gripped the wolf's forelegs in one hand. Grigory felt under the animal's shaggy fur for its windpipe and drew the knife across it. The dogs, drive them off!" old Lisnitsky croaked as he dropped from the saddle. Grigory with difficulty managed to drive away the dogs, then glanced towards his master. Standing a little way off was Stepan Astakov. His face working strangely, he was turning the iron bar over and over in his hands. Where are you from, my man?" Lisnitsky turned to Stepan. "From Tatarsky," Stepan answered after a momentary hesitation, and took a step in Grigory's direction. "What's your name?" Lisnitsky asked. "Astakov." "When are you going home, my lad?" "Tonight." Lisnitsky pointed to the wolf with his foot. The animal's jaws were snapping feebly in its death agony, and one of its hind legs, with a brownish tuft of fur sticking to it, was stiffly raised. "Bring us that carcass," he said. "I'll pay whatever it costs." He wiped the sweat from his purple face with his scarf, turned away, and slipped the flask off his back. Grigory went to his stallion. As he set foot in the stirrup, he glanced back. Trembling uncontrollably, Stepan was coming towards him, his great heavy fists pressed against his chest. 18. On Good Friday night, the women gathered in the house of Kurshunov's neighbor, Pelagia Majdanikova, for a talk. Her husband, Gavrila, had written from Łódź that he was trying to get furlough for Easter. Pelagia had whitewashed the walls and tidied up the hut as early as the Monday before Easter, and from Thursday onward she waited expectantly, running to the gate and standing at the fence, bareheaded and gaunt, the signs of her pregnancy showing in her face. Shading her eyes with her palm, she stared down the road to see whether he was coming. Gavrila had returned from his regiment the previous year, bringing his wife a present of Polish chintz. He had spent 4 nights with her, and on the 5th day had got drunk, cursed in Polish and German, and with tears in his eyes had sat singing an old Cossack song about Poland that dated from 1831. His friends and brothers had sat with him, singing and drinking vodka before dinner. They said of Poland it's a very rich land, but we found out it's as poor as the damned. And in this said Poland there stands an inn. A Polish inn belongs to the Polish king. And at this said inn 3 lads had a drink, a Prussian, a Pole, and a Don Cossack Russian. The Prussian, he drinks vodka and pays his score. The Pole, he drinks vodka and pays some more. The Cossack, he drinks, and the inn's as poor as before. Then he walks around with clinking spur, and the barmaid sees his eye is on her. "Oh, mistress dear, come live with me on the quiet Don. The folk on the Don, they don't live your way. Don't weave, don't spin, don't sew, don't mow, don't sew, don't mow, but they dress very gay." After dinner, Gavrila had said goodbye to his family and ridden off, and from that day Pelagia had begun to watch the hem of her skirt. She explained to Natalia Korshunova how she came to be with child. "A day or 2 before Gavrila arrived, I had a dream," she said. "I was going through the meadow, and I saw our old cow in front of me, the one we had sold last holiday. She was going along with the milk dripping from her teats. Lord, I thought, however did I come to milk her so badly? Next day old Drozdika came for some hops, and I told her my dream. And she told me to break a bit of wax off a candle, roll it into a ball, and to take and bury it in some cow dung, for misfortune was watching at the window. I ran to do as she said, but I couldn't find the candle. I had one, I knew, but the children must have taken it to catch tarantulas. Then Gavrila arrived, and trouble with him. Before that I had gone for 3 years without trouble, and now look at me." She prodded her swollen belly. Pelagia fretted while waiting for her husband. She was bored with her own company, and so on the Friday she invited her women friends to come and spend the evening with her. Natalia came with an unfinished stocking she was knitting, for when spring came, Grandad Grishaka felt the cold all the more. She was unnaturally full of high spirits, and laughed more than necessary at the others' jokes, trying to hide her yearning for her husband from them. Pelagia was sitting on the stove with her bare violet-veined legs dangling, and bantering the young shrewish Frosya. "How do you come to beat your husband, Frosya?" "Don't you know how? On the back, on the head, and wherever I could lay my hands on him." "I didn't mean that. I meant how did it happen?" "It just happened," Frosya answered unwillingly. "If you were to catch your husband with another woman, would you keep your tongue quiet?" a tall, gaunt woman asked deliberately. "Tell us all about it, Frosya." "There's nothing to tell." "Oh, come on, we're all friends here." Spitting the husk of a sunflower seed into her hand, Frosya smiled. "Well, I'd noticed his goings-on for a long time, and then someone told me he'd been carrying on at the mill with a hussy from across the Don. I went out and found them by the mill." "Any news of your husband, Natalia?" the gaunt woman interrupted, turning to Natalia. "He's at Yagodnoye," she replied in a whisper. "Do you think of living with him or not?" "She might think of it, but he doesn't," their hostess intervened. Natalia felt the hot blood surging to her face. She bent her head over her stocking and glanced from under her brows at the women. Realizing that she could not hide her flush of shame from them, she deliberately, yet so clumsily that everybody noticed it, sent the ball of wool rolling from her knees, and then bent down and groped over the cold floor. "Spit on him, woman. So long as you have a neck, you'll always find a yoke for it," one woman advised her with unconcealed pity in her voice. Natalia's affected liveliness died away like a spark in the wind. The women's conversation turned to the latest scandal, to tittle-tattle and gossip. Natalia knitted in silence. She forced herself to sit on until the party broke up, and then went home, with a half-formed decision in her mind. Shame for her uncertain situation, for she still would not believe that Grigory had gone forever, and was ready to forgive him and take him back. drove her on to a further step. She resolved to send a letter secretly to him in order to learn whether he had gone for good or whether he might change his mind. When she reached home, she found Grishaka sitting in his little room, reading an old, greasy, leather-bound copy of the Gospels. Her father was in the kitchen, mending a fishing net and listening to a story Mikhail was telling him about a recent murder. Her mother had put the children to bed and was asleep over the ledge above the stove, the blackened soles of her feet facing the door. Natalia took off her jacket and wandered aimlessly about the rooms. In one corner of the front room there was a pile of hemp-reed, and the mice could be heard scampering and squeaking. She stopped for a moment in her grandfather's room, staring dully at the stack of devotional books under the icons. "Granddad, have you any paper?" "What sort of paper?" Grishaka asked, puckering his forehead into a frown. "Paper to write on." The old man fumbled in a psalter and drew out a crumpled sheet of paper that smelled strongly of incense. "And a pencil?" "Ask your father. Go away, my dear, and don't bother me." She obtained a stump of pencil from her father, and sitting down at the table, struggled again with the thoughts that had tortured her for so long, thoughts that evoked a numb, gnawing pain in her heart. She wrote, "Grigory Pantelievich, tell me how I am to live, and whether my life is quite lost or not. You left home and you didn't say a single word to me. I haven't done you any wrong, and I've waited for you to untie my hands, to say you've gone for good, but you've gone away and are as silent as the grave. I thought you had gone off in the heat of the moment and waited for you to come back, but I don't want to come between you. Better one should be trodden into the ground than two. Have pity for once and write. Then I shall know what to think. But now I stand in the middle of the road. Don't be angry with me, Grisha, for the love of Christ. Natalia." Next morning she promised vodka to Het Baba and persuaded him to ride with the letter to Yagodnoye. Moody in expectation of his drinking spell, Het Baba led a horse into the yard and, without informing his master, went jogging off to Yagodnoye. On his horse he looked awkward, as any stranger among Cossack riders does. His ragged elbows jerked as he trotted. The Cossack children playing in the street sent him off with jeering cries. "Dirty Ukrainian! Mind you don't fall off! Looks like a dog on a fence!" He returned in the afternoon. He brought with him a piece of blue sugar bag paper, and as he drew it out of his pocket, he winked at Natalia. "The road was terrible. I got such a shaking it near brought my liver up." Natalia read the note, and her face turned gray. The 4 words scribbled on the paper entered her heart like sharp teeth rending a weave. "Live alone. Grigory Melekov." Hurriedly, as though not trusting her own strength, Natalia went into the house and lay down on her bed. Her mother was lighting the stove for the night in order to have the place tidy early on Easter Sunday morning and to get the Easter cake ready in time. "Natalia, come and give me a hand," she called to her daughter. "I've got a headache, Mama. I'll lie down for a bit." Her mother put her head in at the door. "Drink some pickle juice. It'll put you right in no time." Natalia licked her cold lips with her dry tongue and made no reply. She lay until evening, her head covered with a warm woolen shawl, a light tremor shaking her huddled body. Miron and Grishaka were about to go off to church when she got up and went into the kitchen. Beads of perspiration shone on her temples under her smoothly combed hair, and her eyes were dim with an unhealthy, oily film. As Miron fastened his fly buttons, he glanced at his daughter. "A fine time to fall sick, daughter. Come along with us to the service." "You go. I'll come along later." "In time to go home again, I expect?" "No. I'll come when I've dressed." The men went out. Lukinichna and Natalia were left in the kitchen. Natalia went listlessly backward and forward from the chest to the bed, stared with unseeing eyes at the jumbled heap of clothing in the chest, her lips whispering, the same agonizing thoughts in her mind. Lukinichna decided she could not make up her mind which clothes to wear, and with motherly kindness she suggested, "Wear my blue skirt, dear. It will just fit you. Shall I get it for you?" Natalia had had no new clothes made for Easter, and Lukinichna, suddenly remembering how before she married her daughter had loved to wear her dark blue hobble skirt, pressed Natalia to take it, thinking she was worried about what to wear. "No, I'll go in this." Natalia carefully drew out her green skirt, and suddenly remembered that she had been wearing it when Grigory first visited her as her future bridegroom, when he had shamed her with that first fleeting kiss by the barn. Shaking with sobs, she fell forward against the raised lid of the chest. "Natalia, what is the matter?" her mother exclaimed, clapping her hands. Natalia choked down her desire to scream, and mastering herself, gave a rasping, wooden laugh. "I don't know what's come over me today." "Oh, Natalia, I've noticed—" "Well, and what have you noticed, Mama?" she cried with unexpected irritation, crumpling the green skirt in her fingers. "You can't go on like this. What you need is a husband. One was enough for me." She went to her room and quickly returned to the kitchen, dressed, girlishly slender, a bluish mournful flush in her pallid cheeks. "You go on. I'm not ready yet," her mother said. Pushing a handkerchief into her sleeve, Natalia went out. The rumble of the floating ice and the bracing tang of thaw dampness was wafted to her on the wind. Holding up her skirt in her left hand, picking her way across the pearly blue puddles, she reached the church. On the way she attempted to recover her former comparatively tranquil state of mind, thinking of the holiday, of everything vaguely and in snatches. But her thoughts returned stubbornly to the scrap of blue paper hidden at her breast, to Grigory, and the happy woman who was now complacently laughing at her, perhaps even pitying her. As she entered the churchyard, some lads barred her way. She passed round them and heard the whisper. "Who is she? Did you see? Natalia Korshunova. She's ruptured, they say. That's why her husband left her. That's not true. She got playing about with her father-in-law, lame Panteley. Oh, so that's it. And is that why Grigory ran away from home? That's right. And she's still at it." Stumbling over the uneven stones, followed by the shameful, filthy whispering, she reached the church porch. The girls standing in the porch giggled as she turned and made her way to the farther gate. Swaying drunkenly, she ran home. At the gate of the yard she took a quick breath, and then entered, stumbling over the hem of her skirt, biting her lips till the blood came. Through the lilac darkness, the open doorway of the shed yawned blackly. With fierce determination, she gathered her last strength, ran to the door, and hastily stepped across the threshold. The shed was dry and cold, and smelled of leather harness and musty straw. Gropingly, without thought or feeling, in a somber yearning which clawed at her shamed and despairing soul, she made her way to a corner. There she picked up a scythe by the handle, removed the blade. Her movements were deliberately assured and precise. And throwing back her head, in a sudden, joyous fire of resolution, slashed her throat with its point. She fell as though struck down by the burning, savage pain, and vaguely aware that she had not completely carried out her intention, she struggled on to all fours, then onto her knees. Hurriedly, she was terrified by the blood pouring over her chest. With trembling fingers, she tore off the buttons of her jacket. Then, with one hand, she drew aside her taut, unyielding breast, and with the other she guided the point of the scythe. She crawled on her knees to the wall, thrust the blunt end of the scythe blade into it, and throwing her arms behind her head, pressed her chest firmly forward. She clearly heard and felt the revolting cabbage-like crunch of the rending flesh. A rising wave of intense pain flowed over her breast to her throat, and pressed ringing needles into her ears. The kitchen door scraped. Lukinichna groped her way down the steps. From the belfry came the measured tolling of the church bell. With an incessant grinding roar, the giant upreared floes were floating down the Don. The joyous, full-flowing, liberated river was carrying its icy fetters away down to the Sea of Azov. 19. Stepan walked up to Grigory and, seizing the horse's stirrup, pressed hard against its sweating flank. "Well, how are you, Grigory?" "Praise be." "What are you thinking about, huh?" "What should I be thinking about?" "You've carried off another man's wife. Having your will of her." "Let go of the stirrup." "Don't be scared. I won't hit you." "I'm not afraid. Don't start that." Grigory flushed and raised his voice. "I shan't fight you today. I don't want to, but mark my words, Grigory. Sooner or later I'll kill you." "We'll see," the blind man said. "Mark my words well. You've wronged me. You've gelded my life like a hog's. You see there?" He stretched out his hands with their grimy palms upward. "I'm plowing, and the Lord knows what for. Do I need it for myself? I could shift around a bit and get through the winter that way. It's only the loneliness of it all that gets me down. You've done me a great wrong, Grigory." "It's no good complaining to me. The full man doesn't understand the hungry." "That's true," Stepan agreed, staring up into Grigory's face. And suddenly he broke into a simple, boyish smile which splintered the corners of his eyes into tiny cracks. "I'm sorry only for one thing, lad, very sorry. You remember the year before last? That village fight at Shrovetide?" "No, I don't." "The day they killed the fuller, when the single men fought the married, don't you remember? Remember how I chased after you? You were young and weak then, a green rush compared to me. I spared you that time, but if I'd hit you as you were running away, I'd have split you in two. You ran quickly, all springy-like. If I'd struck you hard in the ribs, you wouldn't be living in the world today. Don't let it worry you. We'll have another go at each other yet." Stepan rubbed his forehead as though trying to recall something. Old Lisnitsky, leading his horse by the reins, called to Grigory. Still holding the stirrup with his left hand, Stepan walked alongside the stallion. Grigory watched his every movement. He noticed Stepan's drooping chestnut mustache, the heavy scrub on his long unshaven chin, the cracked patent leather strap of his military cap. His dirty face, marked with white runnels of sweat, was sad and strangely unfamiliar. As he looked, Grigory felt that he might well be gazing from a hilltop at the distant steppe veiled in a rainy mist. A gray weariness and emptiness ashened Stepan's features. He dropped behind without a word of farewell. Grigory rode on at a walk. "Wait a bit. And how is Aksinia?" Knocking a lump of earth off his boot with the whip, Grigory replied, "Oh, she's all right." He halted the stallion and glanced back. Stepan was standing with his feet planted wide apart, chewing a stalk between his teeth. For a moment, Grigory suddenly felt unaccountably sorry for him, but jealousy rose uppermost. Turning in his saddle, he shouted, "She doesn't miss you, don't worry." "Is that so?" Grigory lashed his horse between the ears and galloped away without replying. 20. Aksinia confessed her pregnancy to Grigory only during the 6th month, when she was no longer able to conceal it from him. She had kept silence so long because she was afraid he would not believe it was his child she was carrying. During the first months of anxious expectation, she had sometimes been sick without Grigory noticing it, or if he had noticed it, without his guessing the reason why. Wrought up, she told him one evening, anxiously scanning his face the while for any change in its expression. But he turned away to the window and coughed with vexation. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "I was afraid to, Grisha. I thought you might throw me over." Drumming his fingers on the back of the bed, he asked, "Is it to be soon?" "The beginning of August, I think." "Is it Stepan's?" "No, it's yours." "So you say." "Reckon up for yourself. From the day of the woodcutting, it's don't make things up, Aksinia. Even if it was Stepan's, what could you do about it? I want an honest answer." Weeping angry tears, Aksinia sat down on the bench and broke into a fierce whisper. "I lived with him so many years, and nothing ever happened. Think for yourself. I'm not an ailing woman. I must have got it from you. And you—" Grigory talked no more about the matter. A new thread of wary aloofness, and a light mocking pity was woven into his attitude to Aksinia. She withdrew into herself, asking for no favors. During the summer she lost her good looks, but pregnancy hardly affected her shapely figure. Her general fullness concealed her condition, and although her face was thinner, it gained a new beauty from her warmly glowing eyes. She easily managed her work as cook, especially as that year fewer laborers were employed on the estate. Old Sashka grew fond of Aksinia with the capricious fondness of old age. Perhaps it was because she treated him with daughterly care, washed his linen, mended his shirts, gave him softer bits at the table. After seeing to his horses, old Sashka would come into the kitchen, fetch water, mash potatoes for the pigs, do all kinds of odd jobs, and hopping about round her, expose the bare gums of his mouth as he said, "You're good to me, and I'll repay you. I'll do anything for you, Aksinia. I'd have been done for without a woman's care. The lice were eating me up. If you ever want anything, just ask me." Yevgeny had arranged for his coachman to be freed from the spring training camp, and Grigory worked at the mowing, occasionally drove old Lisnitsky to the district center, and spent the rest of the time hunting with him after bustards. The easygoing, comfortable life began to spoil him. He grew lazy and stout, and looked older than his years. The only thing that worried him was the thought of his forthcoming army service. He had neither horse nor equipment, and he could hope for nothing from his father. He saved the wages he received for himself and Aksinia, and even stinted himself on tobacco, hoping to be able to buy a horse without having to beg from his father. Old Lisnitsky also promised to help him. Grigory's presentiment that his father would give him nothing was quickly confirmed. At the end of July, Pyotr visited his brother, and in the course of conversation mentioned that his father was as angry with him as ever, and had declared that he wouldn't help him get a horse. "Let him go to the local command for one," he had said. "He needn't worry, I'll go to do my service on my own horse," Grigory declared, stressing "my own." "How will you get it? Dance for it?" Pyotr asked, chewing his mustache. "I'll dance for it or beg for it, and if I can't get it that way, I'll steal it." "Good lad." "I'm going to buy a horse with my wages," Grigory said more seriously. Pyotr sat on the steps, asking Grigory about his work, food, wages, and, chewing the ends of his mustache, nodded his approval. Having completed his inquiries, as he turned to go, he said to his brother, "You'd better come back. It's no good sticking on your high horse. Do you expect to earn more this way?" "No, I don't." "Are you thinking of staying with her?" "With who?" "With this one." "Yes, why not?" "Oh, I just wondered." As Grigory went to see his brother off, he asked at last, "How's everything at home?" Pyotr laughed as he untied his horse from the railing of the steps. "You've got as many homes as a hare has holes. Everything's all right. Mother misses you. We've got in the hay, 3 loads of it." Grigory worriedly scanned the old mare his brother was riding. "No foal this year?" "No, brother. She's barren. But the bay which we got from Christonia has foaled. A stallion it is, a good one too. Long in the legs, sound pasterns, and strong chest on him. It'll be a good horse." Grigory sighed. "I miss the village, Pyotr," he said. "I miss the Don. You never see running water here. It's a dreary hole." "Come and see us," Pyotr replied as he hoisted his body onto the mare's bony spine. "Some day. Well, goodbye. A good journey." Pyotr had ridden out of the yard when, remembering something, he called to Grigory, who was still standing on the steps. "Natalia, I'd forgotten. A terrible thing." The wind hovering vulture-like over the farm carried the end of the sentence away from Grigory's ears. Pyotr and the horse were enveloped in velvety dust, and Grigory shrugged his shoulders and went off to the stables. The summer was bone dry. Little rain fell, and the corn ripened early. As soon as the rye was garnered, the barley was ripe and yellow. The 4-day laborers and Grigory went out to reap it. Aksinia had finished work early that day, and she asked Grigory to take her with him. Despite his attempt to dissuade her, she quickly threw a kerchief over her head, ran out, and caught up with the wagon in which the men were riding. The event which Aksinia anticipated with yearning and joyous impatience, and Grigory with vague apprehension, happened during the harvesting. Feeling the symptoms, she threw down the rake and lay under a stook. Her travail came on quickly. Biting her blackened tongue, she lay flat on the ground. The laborers with the reaping machine passed her on the turn and shouted. One of them, a young man with a festering sore on his nose and numerous folds in his yellow face that looked as if it had been carved out of wood, called out to her, "Hey, you! Get up or you'll melt!" Grigori got one of the men to take his place at the machine and went across to her. "What's the matter?" Her lips writhing uncontrollably, she said hoarsely, "I'm in labor." "I told you not to come, you devil's bitch. Now what are we to do?" "Don't be angry with me, Grisha. Oh! Grisha, harness the horse to the wagon. I must get home." "How could I here with the Cossacks?" she moaned, as the pain gripped her like an iron band. Grigori ran for the horse. It was grazing in a hollow a little way off, and by the time he drove up, Aksinia had struggled onto all fours, thrust her head into a pile of dusty barley, and was spitting out the prickly ears she had chewed in her pain. She fixed her dilated eyes vacantly on Grigori, and set her teeth into her crumpled apron to prevent the laborers from hearing her horrible, rending cry. Grigori lifted her into the wagon and drove the horse fast towards the estate. "Oh, don't hurry. Oh, Death, you're shaking me!" Aksinia screamed as her head knocked on the bottom of the wagon. Grigori silently plied the whip and swung the reins around his head without a glance back at her. Pressing her cheeks with her palms, her staring, frenzied eyes rolling wildly, Aksinia bounced about in the wagon as it swung from side to side over the bumpy, little-used road. Grigori kept the horse at a gallop. The shaft bow bobbed up and down before his eyes, obscuring a dazzling white cloud that hung like polished crystal in the sky. For a moment Aksinia ceased her shrieking howls. The wheels rattled, and her head thudded heavily against the bottom board. At first her silence did not impress itself on Grigori, but then he glanced back. Aksinia was lying with a horribly distorted face, her cheek pressed hard against the side of the wagon, her jaws working like a fish flung ashore. The sweat was pouring from her brow into the deep sockets of her eyes. Grigori turned and raised her head, putting his crumpled cap under it. Glancing sidelong at him, she said firmly, "I shall die, Grisha, and that's all there is to it." Grigori shuddered. A chill ran down his body to his toes. He sought for words of encouragement, of comfort, but could not find them. His lips twisted harshly, and he burst out, "Don't talk nonsense, you fool!" Then he shook his head, and leaning over backwards, squeezed her foot. "Aksinia, my little pigeon!" The pain died away and left Aksinia for a moment, then returned with redoubled force. Feeling something rending her belly, she arched her body and pierced Grigori's ears with a terrifying, rising scream. Grigori frantically whipped up the horse. Then, above the rattle of the wheels, Grigori heard her thin, feeble voice. "Grisha!" He reined in the horse and turned his head. Aksinia lay in a pool of blood, her arms flung out. Between her legs a living thing was stirring and squealing. Grigori frenziedly jumped down from the wagon and stumbled to the back, staring into Aksinia's panting, burning mouth. He guessed rather than heard the words. "Bite through the cord, tie it with cotton from your shirt." With trembling fingers he tore strands of threads from the sleeve of his cotton shirt, and screwing up his eyes till it hurt, he bit through the navel cord and carefully tied up the bleeding end with cotton. 21. The estate of Yagodnoye clung to the side of the broad dry valley like a growth. The wind blew changeably from north or south. The sun floated in the bluish whiteness of the sky. Autumn rustled in on the heels of summer. Winter clamped down with its frost and snow, but Yagodnoye remained sunk in its wooden torpor. So the days passed one after the other, alike as twins, and always the estate was cut off from the rest of the world. The black whisperer ducks, with red rings like spectacles round their eyes, still waddled about the farmyard. The guinea fowls were scattered about like beady rain. Gaudy feathered peacocks meowed throatily like cats from the stable roof. The old general was fond of all kinds of birds, and even kept a maimed crane. In November, when it heard the faint call of the wild cranes flying to the south, It wrung the heartstrings with its copper-tongued cry of yearning. But it could not fly, for one wing hung uselessly at its side. As the general stood at the window and watched the bird stretching out its neck and jumping, fluttering off the ground, he laughed, opening his big mouth under the gray awning of his mustache, and the deep tones of his laughter rocked through the empty white-walled hall. Benjamin carried his fuzzy head as high as ever, and spent whole days alone in the anteroom, playing cards with himself. Tikhon was as jealous as ever of his pock-marked mistress, and Sashka, the day laborers, Grigory, the master, and even the crane to whom Lucaria was devoting the tenderness which overflowed her widowed heart. Every now and then old Sashka would get drunk and beg for 20 kopeck pieces under old Lisnitsky's window. During all the time of Grigory's stay, only 2 events disturbed the mildewed torpor of the sleepy, monotonous life of Yagodnoya: the coming of Aksinia's child and the loss of a prize gander. The inhabitants of Yagodnoya quickly grew accustomed to the baby girl, and finding some of the gander's feathers in the meadow, concluded that a fox had carried him off, and settled down again to their peaceful existence. In the morning, when he awoke, the master would call in Benjamin. "Did you dream of anything last night?" "Why, of course. I had a wonderful dream." "Tell it to me," Lisnitsky would order curtly, rolling himself a cigarette. And Benjamin would relate it. If the dream happened to be uninteresting or frightening, Lisnitsky would get angry. "You dolt! A fool is visited by foolish dreams." Benjamin started to invent gay and amusing dreams, but it was difficult for him. He started to invent his gay dreams several days in advance, sitting on his trunk and shuffling the cards, puffy and oily as the cheeks of the player. His eyes staring fixedly, he exerted his brain until he reached a point where he stopped having proper dreams altogether. When he woke in the morning, he would strain his memory, trying to recall what he had dreamed. But darkness lay behind him, black darkness. He had dreamed nothing, not even seen a face in his sleep. Benjamin's store of artless inventions was soon exhausted, and the master grew angry when he caught him repeating himself. "You told me that dream about a horse last Thursday, damn you!" "I dreamed it again, Nikolai Alexeyevich. Honest to God, I dreamed it again," Benjamin lied calmly. In December, Grigory was summoned to the district administration at Yashenskaya. There he was given 100 rubles to buy a horse, and was instructed to report 2 days after Christmas at the village of Mankovo for the army draft. He returned to Yagodnoya in considerable agitation. Christmas was approaching and he had nothing ready. With the money he had received from the authorities, plus his own savings, he bought a horse for 140 rubles. He took Sashka with him, and they purchased a presentable enough animal, a 6-year-old bay with one hidden blemish. Old Sashka combed his beard with his fingers and said, "You won't get one cheaper, and the authorities won't see the flaw. They haven't got enough gumption." Grigory rode the horse back to Yagodnoya, putting it through its paces. A week before Christmas, Panteley arrived unexpectedly at Yagodnoya. He did not drive into the yard, but tied up his horse and basket sledge at the gate and limped towards the servants' quarters, rubbing the icicles off his beard that hung like a black log over the collar of his coat. Grigory happened to be looking out of the window and saw his father approaching. "Well, Father." For some reason, Aksinia ran to the cradle and wrapped up the child. Panteley stumped into the room, bringing a breath of cold air with him. He removed his fur cap and crossed himself, facing the icon, then gazed slowly around the room. "Good health." "Good morning, Father," Grigory replied, rising from the bench and striding to the center of the room. Panteley offered Grigory an icy hand and sat down on the edge of the bench, wrapping his sheepskin around him. He scarcely glanced at Aksinia, who stood very still by the cradle. "Getting ready for your service?" "Of course." Panteley was silent, staring long and questioningly at Grigory. "Take your things off, Father. You must be frozen. It doesn't matter. We'll get the samovar going." "Thank you." The old man scraped an old spot of mud off his coat with his fingernail and added, "I've brought your kit. 2 coats, a saddle and trousers. You'll find them all there in the sledge." Grigory went out and removed the 2 sacks of equipment from the sledge. When he returned, his father rose from the bench. "When are you going off?" he asked his son. "The day after Christmas." "You aren't going already, are you, father?" "I want to get back early." He took leave of Grigory, and, still avoiding Aksinia's eyes, went towards the door. As he lifted the latch, he turned his eyes in the direction of the cradle and said, "Your mother sends her greetings. She's in bed with trouble in her legs." After a momentary pause, he said heavily, "I shall ride with you to Mankovo. Be ready when I come." He went out, thrusting his hands into warm knitted gloves. Aksinia, pale with the humiliation she had suffered, said nothing. Grigory paced the room, glancing sideways at Aksinia as he passed her, and constantly stepping on a creaking board. On Christmas Day, Grigory drove his master to Vyashenskaya. Lisnitsky attended Mass, had breakfast with his cousin, a local landowner, and then ordered Grigory to get the sleigh ready for the return journey. Grigory had not finished his bowl of rich pork and cabbage soup, but he rose at once, went to the stable, and harnessed the dapple-gray trotting horse to the light sleigh. The wind was sifting the fine, tingling snowflakes. A silvery froth hissed through the yard. A soft fringe of hoarfrost hung from the trees beyond the fence. The wind shook it down, and as it fell and scattered, it reflected a rainbow-rich variety of colors from the sun. On the roof close to the smoking chimney, the chilly jackdaws were chattering loudly. Startled by the sound of footsteps, they flew off, circled around the house like dove-colored snowflakes, then flew to the east, to the church clearly outlined against the violet morning sky. "Tell the master we're ready," Grigory shouted to the maid that came to the steps of the house. Lisnitsky came out and climbed into the sleigh, his whiskers buried in the collar of his raccoon coat. Grigory wrapped up his legs and adjusted the velvet-lined wolfskin. "Warm him up," Lisnitsky said, glancing at the horse. Leaning back in his seat, his hands tense on the quivering reins, Grigory watched the ruts, anxiously remembering the far-from-feeble box on the ears the master had given him for handling the sleigh awkwardly one day early in winter. As they drove down to the Don, Grigory released his grip on the reins and rubbed his wind-seared cheeks with his glove. They arrived at Yagodnoye within 2 hours. Lisnitsky had been silent throughout the drive, occasionally tapping Grigory on the back with his finger as a signal to stop while he rolled and lit a cigarette. Only as they were descending the hill to the house did he ask, "Early tomorrow morning?" Grigory turned sideways in his seat and dragged his frozen lips apart with difficulty. His tongue, stiff with cold, seemed to swell and stick to the back of his teeth. "Yes," he managed to reply. "Got all your money?" "Yes." "Don't worry about your wife, she'll be all right with us. Be a good soldier. Your grandfather was a fine Cossack. And mind," Lisnitsky's voice grew muffled as he hid his face from the wind in the collar of his coat, "and mind you conduct yourself in a manner worthy of your grandfather and father. Your father received the first prize for trick riding at the Imperial Review, didn't he?" "Yes." "Well then," the old man ended with a stern note in his voice, as though admonishing Grigory, and buried his face once more in his fur coat. At the yard, Grigory handed over the horse to Sashka and turned to go to the servants' quarters. "Your father's arrived!" Sashka shouted after him. Grigory found Panteley sitting at the table, eating meat jelly. "Tight," Grigory decided, glancing at his father's flushed face. "So you're back, soldier?" "I'm frozen," Grigory answered, clapping his hands together. Turning to Aksinia, he added, "Untie my hood, my fingers are too stiff." "You must have had the wind against you," his father grunted, chewing steadily. This time his father was in a kindlier mood, and ordered Aksinia about as if he were in his own home. "Don't be so stingy with the bread, cut some more," he told her. When he had finished, he rose from the table and went towards the door to have a smoke in the yard. As he passed the cradle, he rocked it once or twice, pretending that the action was accidental, and asked, "A Cossack?" "A girl," Aksinia replied for Grigory, and catching the expression of dissatisfaction that passed over the old man's face, she hurriedly added, "She's the image of Grisha." Panteley attentively examined the dark little head sticking out of the clothes, and declared, not without a touch of pride, "She's of our blood. Well, I never." "How did you come, father?" Grigory asked. "With the mare and Pyotr's horse. You need only have used one, and we could have harnessed mine for the journey to Mankovo. Let him go light. He's not a bad horse, you know." They were both troubled by the same thought, but they talked of various trivial matters. Axinia took no part in the conversation and sat on the bed. Her full breasts swelled tightly under her blouse. She had grown noticeably stouter since the birth of the child, and had a new, confidently happy air. It was late when they went to bed. As she nestled close at Grigory's side, Axinia moistened his shirt with her tears and the overabundant milk seeping from her breasts. "I shall pine away. What shall I do without you?" "You'll be all right," Grigory murmured. "The long nights, the child awake. Just think, Grisha, 4 years. In the old days, service lasted 25 years, they say. What do I care about the old days? Come now, enough of that. Curse your army service, I say. I shall come home on furlough." "On furlough!" Axinia moaned, sobbing and wiping her nose on her shift. "A lot of water will go down the Don before then." "Not so much whimpering. You're like rain in autumn, always drizzling." "You should be in my shoes." Grigory fell asleep a little before dawn. Axinia got up and fed the child, then lay down again. Leaning on her elbows, she gazed unblinkingly into Grigory's face and took a long farewell of him. She recalled the night when she had tried to persuade him to go away with her to the Kuban. It had been the same as now, except that there had been a moon flooding the yard outside the window with its white light. The same, and Grigory was still the same, yet not the same. Behind them both lay a long track trodden out by the passing days. He turned over, muttered something about Olshansky village, and then was silent. Axinia tried to sleep, but her thoughts drove all sleep away like wind scattering a haycock. Until daybreak, she lay thinking over his disconnected phrase, seeking its meaning. Panteley awoke as soon as daylight began to foam on the frosty windows. "Grigory, get up, it's getting light." Kneeling on the bed, Axinia pulled on her skirt, and with a sigh started looking for the matches. By the time they had breakfasted and packed, dawn had fully come. The black stakes of the fence were clearly outlined, and the stable roof loomed darkly against the misty lilac of the sky. Panteley went to harness his horses, while Grigory tore himself away from Axinia's desperately passionate kisses and went to say goodbye to Sashka and the other servants. Wrapping the child up warmly, Axinia took her out with her to take a last farewell. Grigory lightly touched his daughter's damp little forehead with his lips and went to his horse. "Come in the sledge," his father called, as he touched up his horses. "No, I'll ride my horse." With deliberate slowness, Grigory fastened the saddle girths, mounted his horse, and gathered the reins in his hand. Axinia touched the stirrup with her hand and kept repeating, "Grisha, wait. There's something I wanted to say," and puckering her brow, trembling and bewildered, she tried to remember what it was. "Well, goodbye. Look after the child. I must be off. See how far father's got already." "Wait, dearest." With her left hand, Axinia seized the icy iron stirrup. Her right arm pressed the baby to her breast, and she had no free hand with which to wipe away the tears streaming from her wide, staring eyes. Veniamin came to the steps of the house. "Grigory, the master wants you." Grigory cursed, waved his whip, and dashed out of the yard. Axinia ran after him, stumbling in the drifted snow. He overtook his father at the top of the hill. With an effort of will, he turned and looked back. Axinia was standing at the gate, the child still pressed to her breast, the ends of her crimson shawl fluttering in the wind. He rode his horse alongside his father's sledge. After a few moments, the old man turned his back to his horses and asked, "So you're not thinking of living with your wife?" "That old story again. We've had that out already." "So you're not?" "No, I'm not." "You haven't heard that she laid hands on herself?" "Yes, I've heard. I happened to meet a man from the village." "And in the sight of God?" Why, Father? After all, it's no use crying over spilt milk. Don't use that devil's talk to me. What I'm saying to you, I'm saying for your own good, Panteley flared up. I've a child back there. What's the use of talking? You can't push the other onto me now. Are you sure you're not rearing another man's child? Grigory turned pale. His father had touched the sore spot. Ever since the child was born, he had tormentedly nursed the suspicion in his mind, while concealing it from Axinia and from himself. At night, when Axinia was asleep, he had more than once gone to the cradle and stared down at the child, seeking his own features in its swarthily rosy face, and had turned back to bed as uncertain as before. Stepan was dark chestnut, almost as dark as he, and how was he to know whose blood flowed in the child's veins? At times he thought the child resembled him, at other times she was painfully like Stepan. Grigory had no feeling for her, except perhaps hostility, as he recalled the moments he had lived through when he had driven Axinia back from the steps in the throes of childbirth. Once, when Axinia was busy in the kitchen, he had had to change the child's wet napkin. As he did so, he had felt a sharp, burning emotion. He had bent stealthily over the cradle and pressed the baby's pink, stiff toe between his teeth. His father probed mercilessly at the wound, and Grigory, his palm resting on the saddle bow, numbly replied, "Whoever it belongs to, I won't leave the child." Panteley waved his whip at the horses without turning round. "Natalia's spoilt her good looks. She carries her head on one side like a paralytic. It seems she cut a tendon." He lapsed into silence. The runners creaked as they cut through the snow. The hoofs of Grigory's horse clicked as they knocked together. "And how is she now?" Grigory asked, studiously picking a burr out of his horse's mane. "She got over it somehow or other. She was laid up 7 months. On Trinity Sunday she was all but gone. Father Pancrati came to say prayers, and then she began to pick up. She'd tried to stab herself with a scythe, but her hand shook, and she just missed her heart. It would have been the end of her otherwise." "Quicker down the hill," Grigory said, standing in his stirrups and using his whip. The horse leaped forward, sending a shower of snow from its hoofs over the sledge, and broke into a trot. "We're taking Natalia in," Panteley shouted, coming up with him. "The woman doesn't want to live with her own folk. I saw her the other day and told her to come to us." Grigory made no reply. They drove as far as the first village without exchanging a word, and his father made no further reference to the subject. That day they covered 70 versts. They arrived at Mankovo the following evening as dusk was falling, and spent the night in the quarters allotted to the Vyashenskaya recruits. Next morning the district ataman took the Vyashenskaya recruits before the medical commission. Grigory fell in with the other lads from his own village. In the morning, Mitka Korshunov, riding a tall bay horse equipped with a new and gaily ornamented saddle and harness, had passed Grigory standing at the door of his quarters, but had gone by without a word of greeting. The men undressed in turn in the cold room of the local civil administration. Military clerks bustled around, and the adjutant to the provincial ataman hurried past in short patent leather boots. From an inner room came the sound of the doctor's orders and snatches of talk. 69. "Pavel Ivanovich, pass me an indelible pencil," croaked a drink-sodden voice near the door. "Chest measurement? Yes, obviously hereditary. Put down syphilis. Take your hand away, you're not a girl. Fine physique. Infects the whole village. Special measures must be taken. I have already reported the matter to His Excellency. Pavel Ivanovich, look at this fellow's physique. Oh ho!" Grigory got undressed beside a tall, red-haired lad from another village. A clerk came out and, straightening his shoulders so that his tunic creased at the back, curtly called Grigory and the other lad into the examination room. "Hurry up!" gasped the redhead, blushing and pulling off a sock. Grigory went in, his back all goose-flesh with the cold. His swarthy body was the color of oak. He felt embarrassed as he glanced down at his hairy legs. In the corner, a square-limbed lad was standing naked on the scales. Someone, evidently the doctor's assistant, flicked the weights to and fro, called out a figure, and told him to get down. The humiliating procedure of the medical examination irritated Grigori. A gray-haired doctor in a white coat sounded him with the aid of a stethoscope. A younger doctor turned up his eyelids and looked at his tongue. Behind him, a third in horn-rimmed spectacles bustled about, rubbing his hands. "On the scales," an officer ordered. Grigori stepped onto the cold platform. 5 poods, 6.5 pounds. "What? He's not particularly tall, either," the gray-haired doctor exclaimed, turning Grigori round by the arm. "Astonishing," the younger man coughed. "How much?" an officer sitting at the table asked in surprise. 5 poods, 6.5 pounds, the gray-haired doctor replied. "How about the lifeguards for him?" the district military commissary asked, bending a black sleek head towards his neighbor at the table. "He has the face of a brigand, very savage-looking." "Hey, turn round! What's that on your back?" an officer wearing colonel's epaulettes shouted, impatiently tapping his finger on the table. The gray-haired doctor mumbled something, and Grigori, trying to restrain the trembling of his body, turned his back to the table and replied, "I caught cold in the spring. It's a boil." By the end of the examination, the officers at the table had decided that Grigori would have to be drafted into an ordinary regiment. "The 12th Regiment, Melekov, do you hear?" he was told. And as he went towards the door, he heard a shocked whispering. "It's impossible. Just imagine it if the Emperor saw a face like that. His eyes alone. He's a crossbreed, from the East, no doubt. And his body isn't clean, those boils." Other men from his village who were waiting their turn crowded round Grigori. "How did it go, Grisha? What regiment? The Lifeguards, eh? How much did you go on the scales?" Hopping on one foot while he pushed his legs into his trousers, Grigori snapped, "Oh, go to hell." "What regiment?" "The 12th. "Korshunov, Dmitri! Kargin, Ivan!" shouted the clerk, poking his head round the door. Buttoning up his coat as he went, Grigori ran down the steps. The warm wind breathed of thaw. The road was bare of snow in places and steaming. Clucking hens fluttered across the street. Geese were splashing in a puddle. Their feet looked orange-pink in the water, like frost-nipped autumn leaves. The examination of the horses took place the following day. They were all drawn up on the square in a long line against the church wall. Officers bustled to and fro. A veterinary surgeon and his assistant passed down the long line of animals. The Vyashenskaya ataman went running from the scales to the table in the middle of the square where the results of the examination were being recorded. A military police officer went by, deep in conversation with a young captain. When his turn came, Grigori led his horse to the scales. The surgeon and his assistant measured every part of the animal's body, then weighed it. Before it could be led from the platform, the surgeon had deftly taken it by the upper lip, looked at its teeth, felt its chest muscles, and running his strong fingers over its body like a spider, reached its legs. He felt the knee joints, tapped the tendons, squeezed the bone above the fetlocks. When he had finished his examination, he passed on, his white apron flapping in the wind and scattering the scent of carbolic acid. Grigori's horse was rejected. Sashka's hopes had proved unjustified, and the experienced surgeon had been shrewd enough to discover the secret blemish of which the old man had spoken. Grigori at once had an agitated consultation with his father, and before half an hour had elapsed, he led Pyotr's horse onto the scales. The surgeon passed it, almost without examination. Grigori led the horse a little way off, found a comparatively dry spot, and spread out his saddle-cloth on the ground. His father held his horse, talking to another old man who was also seeing off his son. Past them strode a tall, gray-haired general in a light gray cloak and a silver astrakhan cap, followed by a group of officers. "That's the provincial ataman," Panteley whispered, nudging Grigori from behind. "Looks like a general. Major General Mikhail. He's a strict devil." A crowd of officers from various regiments and batteries followed in the wake of the ataman. An artillery major, broad in the hips and shoulders, was talking loudly to a tall, handsome guards officer of the ataman's regiment. "What the devil! Such an amazing contrast, you know. An Estonian village, the majority of the people blonde, and this girl such a contrast. And she wasn't the only one. We had all sorts of guesses about it, and then we learned that 20 years ago— The officers walked past the spot where Grigori was arranging his equipment on the saddlecloth, and the wind brought him the final words amid a burst of laughter from the officers. "Apparently a squadron of your guards used to be stationed in the village." A clerk ran past, buttoning his jacket with trembling, ink-stained fingers, and the district assistant chief of police bellowed after him, "I told you 3 copies, confound you!" Grigori stared curiously at the unfamiliar faces of the officers and officials. An adjutant fixed a bored gaze on him and turned away as he met Grigori's attentive eyes. An old captain went by almost at a run, looking agitated by something and biting his upper lip with his yellow teeth. Grigori noticed a vein beating over the captain's ginger eyebrow. On his new saddlecloth, Grigori had set out his saddle with its green pommel and saddlebags at back and front. 2 army coats, 2 pairs of trousers, a tunic, 2 pairs of top boots, a pound and a half of biscuit, a tin of corned beef, groats, and other food in the regulation quantities. In the open saddlebags were 4 horseshoes, shoe nails wrapped in a greasy rag, a soldier's hussif with a couple of needles and thread, and towels. He gave a last glance over his accoutrements and squatted down to rub some mud off the ends of the pack strings with his sleeve. From the end of the square, the army commission slowly passed along the rows of Cossacks drawn up behind their saddlecloths. The officers and the ataman examined the equipment closely, holding up the edges of their light-colored greatcoats as they stooped to rummage in the saddlebags, turned out the contents of the hussifs, and weighed the bags of biscuits in their hands. "Look at that tall one over there, lads," said a young Cossack standing next to Grigori, pointing towards the provincial chief of military police, "scratching like a dog after a polecat. Just look at the devil, turning the bag inside out. Something wrong there, or he wouldn't do that. Surely he isn't counting the shoe nails. Just like a dog." The talk gradually died away as the commission approached. Only a few more men, and it would be Grigori's turn. The provincial ataman was carrying a glove in his left hand and swinging his right, keeping the elbow straight. Grigori drew himself up. Behind him his father coughed. The wind carried the smell of horse piss and melted snow over the square. The son looked unhappy, as though after a drinking bout. The group of officers halted by the man next to Grigori, then came on to him one by one. "Your surname, Christian name?" "Melekov Grigori." The police officer picked up the greatcoat by its belt, smelled the lining, and hurriedly counted the fastenings. Another officer, wearing a cornet's epaulets, felt the good cloth of the trousers between his fingers. A third stopped and rummaged in the saddlebags, stooping so low that the wind threw the skirts of his greatcoat onto his back. With his thumb and forefinger, the police officer cautiously poked at the rag containing shoe nails as though afraid it might be hot, and counted the nails in a whisper. "Why are there only 23 nails? What is this?" He angrily pulled at the corner of the rag. "Not at all, Your Honor, 24. "What, am I blind?" Grigori hastily turned back a folded corner, revealing the 24th nail. As he did so, his rough, swarthy fingers lightly touched the officer's sugar-white hand. The officer snatched his hand away as though struck, rubbed it on the edge of his greatcoat, frowning fastidiously, and drew on his glove. Grigori noticed his action and straightened up with a bitter smile. Their eyes met, and the officer flushed and raised his voice. "What's all this? What's all this, Cossack? Why aren't your pack strings in order? Why aren't your snaffles right? And what does this mean? Are you a Cossack or a muzhik? Where's your father?" Panteley pulled on the horse's rein and stepped forward a pace, clicking his lame leg. "Don't you know the Cossack regulations?" The officer, who was ill-tempered after losing at cards that morning, poured out his wrath upon him. The provincial ataman came up, and the officer subsided. The ataman thrust the toe of his boot into the padding of the saddle, hiccuped, and passed on to the next man.
The draft officer of the regiment to which Grigori had been drafted politely turned out all his belongings down to the contents of the hussif, and passed on last of all, walking backwards to shield a match from the wind as he lit a cigarette. A day later, a train of red railway trucks loaded with horses, Cossacks, and forage left for Voronezh. In one of them stood Grigori. Past the open door crawled an unfamiliar flat landscape. A blue and tender thread of forest whirled by in the distance. Behind him the horses were munching hay and stepping from hoof to hoof as they felt the unsteady floor beneath them. The wagon smelled of wormwood, horses' sweat, and the spring thaw. A distant thread of forest lurked on the horizon, blue, pensive, and as inaccessible as the faintly shining evening star.